Everyone, I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from. Now let's get into it. The United States of America has rapidly surged naval assets into the Middle East. We have Iran completely surrounded on the water. The biggest asset we have there is the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier strike group. So it's not just the aircraft carrier, it is also multiple guided missile destroyers and an unknown number of submarines. More destroyers showed up today, January 29th. And on top of that, as we've discussed, we've got fighter jets, we've got spy planes, we've got cargo planes, we've got refueling tankers, everything you would need to launch a massive military operation against the Islamic dictatorship in Iran, as well as air defenses that have been rushed in across the region, including to Israel, but in our bases in Qatar, Bahrain, and many other locations like Saudi Arabia. So we are putting ourselves on a high alert status in the Middle East. And a lot of people have been wondering, will the Chinese come to Iran's defense? Will Russia come to Iran's defense? Will they go side by side into the fire of the American bombs? Well, it's unclear if they're going to do that just yet, but this is breaking news that I'm going to put on the stage. This comes from open source intel via Al Jazeera. It says the Iranian Navy will hold joint exercises with China and Russia in the Sea of Oman and the Indian Ocean in the coming days. So right now, the Chinese Navy is scrambling its ships. The Russian Navy is scrambling its ships to put them right in the vicinity of where the American ships are. They're trying to go toe-to-toe with the American Navy. Their ships will be right next to ours as they conduct these joint training exercises, which is really possibly just cover for a military counterstrike when this war kicks off. If I was President Trump, I'd be on the phone right now with Xi Jinping, and I'd be on the phone right now with Vladimir Putin, and I would say, excuse me, and I would say, listen, pals, we see one of your Navy ships in the Gulf, in the Indian Ocean, anywhere near our ships and missile range to our ships, and there's any funny business, we will sink your Navy vessels. You are not leaving us a choice. We cannot, under any situation, allow the Russian, the Chinese, or the Iranian navies to pose a threat to our boats. You don't touch the American boats. Remember what happened to the Japanese at Pearl Harbor when they touched our boats? How'd that work out for them? Not well at all. Any country that threatens our boats, we will deal with harshly, swiftly, and in overwhelming fashion.
Negócios de todos os tamanhos e setores podem trabalhar de forma mais eficiente. A Monday.com se adapta às necessidades de cada equipe e conecta os departamentos em uma área de trabalho unificada. Acesse Monday.com e comece seu teste grátis hoje mesmo.
They cannot lose their Iranian oil. If the dictatorship falls, they will lose their access to Iranian oil. So that is why they are sending their ships. Iran is Russia's last ally in the Middle East. Iran falls, just like Syria did with Bashar al-Assad, Russia will have no more allies, no more footprint in the Middle East. That is why these two countries are sending their Navy ships to sit right next to ours in the Gulf and in the Indian Ocean. Excuse me. I'm so excited. I'm messing my words up. But the point is, this is huge escalation. Now, on top of that, what you see on the screen here is an Iranian government plane that is used to fly the highest ranking leaders of Iran. It took off today from Tehran. It is in the air right now as of me making this video, and it is flying to Moscow. We do not know who is on this plane. We do not know how many government leaders are on the plane. We don't know if this is families of government officials evacuating. Is this the Ayatollah's family? Is it the vice president's family, the president's family, mullah, family members of the mullahs? We do not know. But this plane, just like when Syria fell, you see a lot of parallels here, is on its way to Russia right now. This is the plane that is responsible for carrying the most senior members of the Islamic regime. And it took off without warning and kept its transponder on. And as you can see from the screenshot, was being tracked by over 17,000 people worldwide as it makes a mad dash to Russia. Now, I'm going to put this up on the screen for you. This comes from open source intel. It says Tasnim reports that Iran's armed forces have had 1,000 new drones to their arsenal designed for attack missions, intelligence gathering, and electronic warfare. So right now, the Iranians have rushed 1,000 drones into service, into the front lines to attempt to use them as weapons against U.S. bases, U.S. ships, anywhere they think they can hit U.S. targets. They previously, as we spoke about in a previous video, armed their coastline with anti-ship missiles. Why did they line them with anti-ship missiles? Because they want to try to sink our boats. Go back to what I said a few minutes ago. You touch our boats and we will knock you out. Plain and simple. You touch our boats, we will knock you out. But the Iranian regime seems to want to go down swinging. They seem to want to draw as much blood as they possibly can before this is all said and done. Now, Channel 12 in Israel is reporting that Trump has concluded that airstrikes alone would not bring down the regime. Therefore, the first targets we are going to hit are any Iranian nuke facility and Iranian ballistic missile facility. So we're going to essentially neuter them militarily. We're going to take away their missiles. We're going to take away their nuke ambitions. Remember, in the video I made earlier today, Russia is preparing to evacuate one of the nuke sites where their scientists and engineers work, which goes to show that Russia believes that site will soon be leveled. They wouldn't evacuate their people if they did not think a strike was coming. Huge, huge move. So right now, according to the latest reports, the first strikes are going to be designed to cripple the Iranian military infrastructure. After that, we will make our way down to government targets, such as the Ayatollah, heads of the IRGC, targets of that nature. On this note, more THAAD systems. Now, what is the THAAD system? That is a terminal high-altitude air defense. It is the most sophisticated air defense weapon, if you will, on the planet. It can knock any missile other than maybe long-range ICBM nukes out of the sky. It is capable of shooting down all of Iran's ballistic missiles that they have in their arsenal. So right now, it is flying to the Middle East. It is believed it's probably going to have a stopover in Europe. It will be operational in 24 to 72 hours, which means it'll be operational by January 31st to February 1st. Again, the strike window is going to be a weekend. That would match up with a weekend strike. I'm not saying we are going to bomb Iran this weekend. I'm simply saying the strike window to bomb Iran will open Friday once the markets close. So factor that in as you may as you look at this information. Now, I'm going to put this on the screen. Pete Hegseth spoke. We'll go full screen. Pete Hegseth spoke about Iran today. Let's watch what his comments were during the cabinet meeting.
Well, Mr. President, you had to, like so many other cabinet members have referenced, rebuild the perception of America. And at the Department of War, that meant reestablishing deterrence. What happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have occurred, what happened on October 7th in Israel, never would have happened under President Trump. So as a result, we're having to rebuild how our enemies perceive us. And when President Trump said, we're not getting a nuclear, Iran, you won't have a nuclear bomb, he meant it. He sent those B-2s halfway around the world, and they never noticed. When he said, we're not going to tolerate trafficking drugs anymore in our hemisphere, we treat them like the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere, he meant it, and we're executing that. When you said, Mr. President, we're securing the border, the military was proud to do their part alongside Homeland Security to do that. Same thing with Iran right now, ensuring that they have all the options to make a deal. They should not pursue nuclear capabilities. We will be prepared to deliver whatever this president expects of the War Department, just like we did this month. No other military in the world could have executed the most sophisticated, powerful raid, not just in American history, I would say in world history. What those men did going downtown, another country, the most secure place in the most secure base in the middle of the night without anybody knowing until those simultaneous bombs dropped 3 minutes before the helicopters dropped. No other country could coordinate that. No other president would have been willing to empower those warriors that way to be that effective. And that sends a message to every capital around the world that when President Trump speaks, he means business, and we are reestablishing deterrence at the War Department.
So that is Pete Hegseth talking about how we're not playing games with Iran. President Trump's not playing games with Iran, and reminding the world our military is hands down the strongest on the planet, and it's not close. So right now, Russia and China are rushing their ships. They're speeding their ships to Iran to try to go toe-to-toe with the United States Navy. If they're smart, they'll turn their ships around and go home. The junk that the Russian Navy, the junk that is the Chinese Navy, has no chance against the United States Navy. None. Zero chance. So if they want their sailors to come out of this unscathed, turn your ships around, go back to port in Russia, go back to port in China. Do not test us. As for who is on the secret Iranian government flight, we do not know as of the making of this video, but we will be watching very intensely to figure out what is going on. But we continue to move the planes, move the ships, move the air defenses. We are not slowing down. It is full speed ahead. We are going to keep our foot on the gas pedal when it comes to Iran, and this situation could pop off at literally any moment. When it does, I will be here to bring the news to you. I will be here to analyze it with you. We will probably go live, assuming it doesn't happen at 3 a.m. and I'm dead asleep. But I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. How will this situation
Thank you very much, everybody. It's been a busy day. We had a good morning, and now we're having a good evening, and going to premiere in a little while. But there's nothing more important than what we're doing right now, in my opinion. Today I'm signing a historic executive order to combat the scourge of addiction and substance abuse. Big deal in this country, and probably in every country. We're calling it the Great American Recovery Initiative. I'm grateful to be joined by co-chairs of this sweeping new effort, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and Senior Advisor to the White House Great American Recovery Initiative, Catherine Burgum. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Where's Bobby? Bobby? Hello, Bobby. Come in to me. I love Bobby. You're doing a great job, Catherine. All right? Do we think so? Who's doing a better job, him or your husband? Maybe your husband. He's doing a good job.
I'm just getting started, sir.
They're both doing very well, and now you're going to do better than both. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary Doug Burgum, Secretary Scott Turner, Secretary Doug Collins, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's got some pretty good news, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary, NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Oh, I've gotten good at that. Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's doing a fantastic job. Director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, Sarah Carter. I also want to introduce a great friend of mine who happened to be here, and he's very much committed to this. He knows how important it is for our country. He's built a tremendous American company. It's called WeatherTech. I guess you've seen the ads. I've seen the ads. I think they're great ads, but more importantly, it's a great product. David McNeil. David, congratulations on what you've done. It's incredible.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Really great. And the president of WeatherTech, Ryan Granger. Ryan, congratulations. What a great job. They built an American company, and it's a thriving company, too. So, with a great product.
Great to be here in America.
And when I was in the private sector, I'd always buy the floor mats, but now that I'm president, I no longer have to buy floor mats. But you made a great floor mat, and you still do, and lots of other things. Many of those with me today have personally known the heartache of a loved one taken by drug or alcohol addiction. I do. Just like millions of American families, every year we lose an estimated 300,000 people to drug and alcohol abuse, and the real number is probably much, much higher than that. Thankfully, drug overdose deaths plummeted by 21% in the last year. We're working very hard on it. We've closed the southern border, seized over 47 million fentanyl pills and 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. That's a record, and I have formally designated Dr. And I'll tell you what, we have a group of doctors, some of them behind me, who have just been incredible, and they've really wanted this, designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And for some reason, they didn't want to do that until we came along, but they are indeed foreign terrorist organizations. With our action in the Gulf of America, that sounds so nice when I hear the Gulf of America, drugs entering our country by sea are down 97%. So when you see the boats being hit, those boats kill, on average, 25,000 people a boat. So that's 25,000, I would assume, mostly American lives, but lives are being saved. Now we're taking a bold action to help Americans struggling with all forms of addiction so they can get the help and the support that they need to free themselves from the horrible burden of dependency. The Great American Recovery Initiative will bring together federal, state, local, and private sector resources to support addiction, recovery, treatment, and prevention. And it will help mobilize the full resources and authority of the federal government to help stop this tremendous plague. And I'd now like to invite Secretary Kennedy to start, and then Catherine Burgum, and then I'll sign the order, which I've just signed. And wanted to make sure the signature was good. Took my time, and we get. Let me just see. Pretty good. Not pretty good. Let's give it a 10, okay, Catherine? For Catherine. But I'd like Bobby to say a few words, and Catherine. Thank you very much, everybody. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership, for signing an executive order that tells the truth about one of the greatest challenges that our country faces. Addiction is not a moral failure. It is a disease. It's chronic, it's treatable, and for too long our nation has responded with fragmentation, with stigmatization, and silence instead of science, compassion, and coordination. Today, President Trump changes that. With the Great American Recovery Initiative, we finally bring the full strength of the federal government together across healthcare, law enforcement, housing, labor, faith communities, and the private sector to save lives, restore families, and rebuild communities that addiction has hollowed out. Nearly 50 million Americans suffer from substance use disorder. Many never receive treatment. Even more don't believe that help is possible. That is not because recovery doesn't work. It's because our systems have failed to reach the people where they are early enough, long enough, and with dignity. This initiative fixes that. We will align federal programs instead of letting them operate in silos. We will set clear, measurable goals and report honestly to the American people. We will use evidence-based care, modern science, and continuous support, just as we do for heart disease, diabetes, and other chronic illnesses. We will focus on prevention before addiction takes hold. We will intervene early. We will expand access to treatment that leads to real long-term recovery. And we will support re-entry because recovery does not end when treatment ends. It succeeds when people return to their families, their jobs, and their communities with purpose and with hope. As co-chair of this initiative alongside of Catherine Burgum, whose leadership and commitment strengthens this work, I pledge urgency, accountability, and honesty. Catherine and I share the experience of having been addicted and long-term recovery. But almost everybody in this room and almost everybody in our country has been touched by addiction. Steve Witkoff, who's here, had an extraordinary son, Andrew, who was a superstar boy, a straight A student, an athlete, and a wonderful leader, and lost that son to addiction. President Trump has talked about his own families who had a struggle with addiction. All of us are touched. If it touches these people, it can hurt every American. And President Trump has often talked about, with compassion, about the families who lose children to this disease. 100,000 children a year until recently. Now it's about 76,000. Those families are devastated forever. And the cost to our country, not only in dollars, but in just the malaise and the despair that it imposes, is incalculable. We are going to listen to states, localities, frontline providers, and tribal nations. We will partner with communities and faith-based organizations. We will work with employers, clinicians, and recovery leaders who know what works on the ground. President Trump has already acted decisively, securing the border against deadly drugs, signing the Halt Fentanyl Act, strengthening treatment programs, expanding access to naloxone, medication-assisted treatments, and investing billions in prevention and recovery. This executive order builds on that record and accelerates it. Recovery is not a side issue, it's an economic issue, a workforce issue, a family issue, a national security issue. When Americans recover, communities grow stronger. When families heal, children thrive. And when we confront addiction with courage instead of complacency, we reclaim the promise of our country. This initiative is about life, it's about responsibility, and it's about building a great American recovery together. With this executive order and with major announcements that I will announce next.
Introducing ClickUp Super Agents, the world's first AI agents that natively collaborate with humans and
He's doing a fantastic job. And so his wife yesterday, and she confirmed that he's doing a fantastic job. So she's on your side. You know that, which is great. And Oz, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Catherine, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Your leadership today, relative to this announcement about the Great American Recovery, is a gift to all Americans who are suffering from the brain disease of addiction. I also want to thank First Lady Melania Trump for her leadership during your first administration, and now the work she's doing championing youth and children, especially related to foster care, where early trauma and instability are often consequences of the disease of addiction. Addictions touch this administration in real and profound ways. President Trump, you've openly spoke about your brother Fred, who struggled with addiction, shaped your life and your understanding of this disease. And Susie Wiles carries the lived experience of her father, the late, great Pat Summerall, whose recovery journey became a source of hope for millions. Vice President Vance has shared his story of his mother's battle and recovery. And as Secretary Kennedy just said, he brings his own lived experience. Proof that recovery is not theoretical, it is possible. These stories matter because they are not isolated. They reflect the reality of the over 190 million Americans, that's half our nation, who are impacted in some way by the disease of addiction. And I am one of them. I started drinking in high school, and I was a blackout drinker from the start. For 20 years I struggled, relapsing constantly starting over, constantly trying to stay sober and failing. I reached a point where I truly did not believe there was one single reason for me to keep living, and I was suicidal at the end of my drinking. One day I was out walking alone. I didn't have faith. I wasn't religious, but something in me said I should ask for help. And out loud to no one, because it was just me, I said, I don't know if anyone is there, but I need help. And that was the day I became sober. 15 years later, I found myself somehow standing in front of people as First Lady of North Dakota, thanks to him. But I was asking people to share their stories openly about addiction so we could eliminate the shame and stigma, so more people would reach out for help and more lives could be saved. And today I'm standing here in this incredibly beautiful Oval Office. And if not for the grace of God, I would not be alive today with over 23 years in recovery. That's why I'm here, and my message is simple: never give up hope for recovery. Mr. President, I also want to thank you for allowing me to stand here with you today. I was in this building in 2017 when the administration announced the national response to the opioid crisis. And nearly a decade later, the crisis remains, and in many ways it has grown worse. Not because we lacked compassion, not because we lack effort, but because we never fully aligned our system with the truth. Addiction is not a moral failure. It is not a character flaw, and it's not simply a behavioral issue. Addiction is a lifelong, chronic, relapsing medical disease, as real as diabetes, cancer, and heart disease. And when we fail to treat it as such, we don't treat the disease, and we pay mightily for the consequences. Emergency rooms, jails, foster care, overdose deaths, and broken families. The Great American Recovery changes that. This initiative represents a fundamental shift from reaction to prevention, from fragmentation to coordination, from stigma to science, from short-term fixes to long-term recovery. And for the first time, we're aligning federal leadership across health, justice, labor, housing, veterans, social services, the faith office, and education around one single shared truth. When addiction is treated early and correctly, people recover and families heal. Addiction is a generational disease, and if we don't treat it properly, it repeats from parent to child, from community to community. And when we treat it like a lifelong condition, the condition that it is, we stop that cycle. We save lives, we restore families, we rebuild communities, we return people to dignity, purpose, and productivity. Mr. President, thank you for seeing this moment clearly. With your leadership and the Great American Recovery Initiative, we're establishing a new framework and a new national response to the disease of addiction, including treatment and care that parallels other chronic diseases. With this framework and treatment, recovery is not the exception, it is the expectation. Thank you.
Thank you, Donnie.
Yeah, she made a list. She's been on the list.
You know, I saw them
noted it
riding
down.
horses
Yeah,
in a
you're right
video.
about that.
And they said, who is that? I was talking about her, not him. And they explained it. I said, I'm going to hire him because anybody has somebody like you to be with. It's an amazing tribute. And it's a great couple, amazing couple. And she's very much a part of his big success. He was a fantastic success, as you know, having been one of the most successful business people. And I saw him campaigning, a great governor, two-term governor. He did a fantastic job, North Dakota, and he's done a great job. And I'll tell you what, Catherine's a very big part of it. I see it. It's just really one of the fantastic couples. So I appreciate it. What a beautiful job you've just done. And I'm going to give this to you, and you can figure out what you're going to do with Bobby. You know. But let's have a good picture of the two of them and everyone else. And I'd like to ask Steve Whitcuff also to say a couple of words when we're finished, because he's a very special person who I knew very well, an incredible person. So if you don't mind, Steve, I'll ask you to do that in just a second, all right? Please, Bob. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
The president is doing the same thing to me now that he did to me in 2017. Remember, Catherine? So I want to tell the story. So I came to the opioid.
So when I hear this, they start reading this up. They started reading at the beginning of the President Trump's speech, right? So they go Alpha, Bravo, right? They have like a code they're sending over, right? You can hear it.
The president's incredible friend when I lost him. I lived in his house.
And they also now reading it, and I think that is because he's finishing up. Could that be the case? Not sure.
Come on up to the stage and tell the world about you know, something that was really meaningful to me, but I got through it. And I talk about it all the time. I talked about it on the campaign trail and so forth. He is a very special man. And he's begun and led the fight against opioid addiction and alcoholism. And Catherine, I sort of bonded from that day. It's just my blessing to you.
That's a special guy. Of people, Jared helped and helped Steve pieces. They're very and they go out quickly. They're already going out. He's now trying to settle up with Russia and Ukraine, and I think this is playing me. I told him for during this tremendously cold. He asked the president they could stop being hit with proportionately the kind of cold that was much colder in Ukraine to start off with, but it's really cold now.
Wow, we really got it today. Holy shit. That was pretty 2 times under the President Trump speech here. Even though he's not talking about anything about Middle East, let's see if he do. If he fucking sleeps, he's fucking. Let's see if he can sleep.
Special. Everyone's talking about you every time. If I don't mention Marty, Bobby always mentions it. So we have a great team. Jay, great. Marty, great. Do you guys want to say something?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, historically, with addiction, the entire society has always been reactionary. And that's been the story of healthcare. But at the FDA, we are looking into incredible cutting-edge therapeutics, and we are being proactive, giving them vouchers when we see something that's promising to get an approval as quick as weeks in an era of a 10 to 12-year approval time. And the ultimate therapeutic is community, houses of worship, addressing loneliness. And so that's part of the MAHA agenda, thanks to Bobby. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Jay?
Mr. President, in 2018, you launched the HEAL initiative, helping to end addiction long-term at the NIH. It's paid fruit. It's yielded fruit. The ingenuity of small business has developed products that can deal with pain without opioids.
Like addictions and stuff that came out with.
Naloxone, which
this is live,
saves lives.
I was after seeing a lot of news today. I was like,
the kinds of investments
coming out,
that are your administration that you made starting from the first Trump term to now will continue to pay dividends. The kind of research that the NIH is doing is
so it's already
turn the tide,
right? So it's a lot of shit can happen.
Make people's lives so much better. Restore families.
I was betting
all of the addiction that we've seen, the 80,000 deaths we saw, the huge spike in addiction deaths during the first Biden term is going to be a thing of the past, and I'm so proud to be part of
And
this.
fellas, some great things happening, right?
Yeah.
Marty, there's great, really great things happening, I hear, and some pretty big announcements over a short period of time, right?
Yep. Moving drugs over the counter so you don't need a prescription.
Yeah, right.
Naloxone, which treats opioid, is one of those drugs. And we're being proactive with synthetic 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up. And we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. No, I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ICE's tactics are too aggressive? Photographers, reporters, we're done. Thank you. Cameras, we're going.
Okay, so I have to say this. This is the second time today that Donald Trump hasn't taken answer from any press. And I'm not kidding you. Donald Trump, if he don't take answers from the press, then shit is about to fucking hit the fan. Right? He's holding back. People are saying, nope, you cannot talk with the press. Because if Donald Trump do not get the last word, like when a reporter is talking to him, yeah, no, it's definitely something's going to happen. He has been ordered to hold his mouth, to not talk to the press, 100%. I don't know, what do you guys think? Donald Trump don't take answer from the press after a press report like this. Nighttime already in Washington, I think about 6 o'clock, maybe. And he do not take answer from the press. That is the first. I never seen that. And he did it earlier today also, actually. So earlier today he was also talking. So that just that is concerning. I have to say, 100%. When you have the president and everybody knows Donald Trump when he's in front of the news, right? He always talks. There are no doubt about it. Is it? Okay. It's over. It is over. For real. But it was a really good topic, right? Addictions and stuff. I guarantee United States has probably a lot of that. 100%. Like Elon's kid said he has not. Yeah. Did Elon Musk kid said that Donald Trump was? Yeah, he did. Holy shit! Yeah. Yeah. I think when you when I read your comment there, are you talking about when he was in the Oval Office, Elon Musk kid? And then he whispered it. Is that what you're talking about? Like you can see he whispered something there, and then he said like, "You're not the president." That was fucking creepy as fuck. Holy shit. Yeah, that was fucking creepy as that little fucking kid, Elon Musk's kids. And Elon Musk is a fucking alien. Like, you can't even deny it. Yeah, creepy as fuck. Can't deny it. 100% us. I saw that clip and you see that little fucking kid looking at Donald Trump and he said that. That shit is fucking creepy as fuck us. Yeah, no, you got me when that. Yeah, you really got me there thinking about that clip. I didn't even know that because Donald Trump is not that type, right? They did not say anything. The radio is hot today. We got two fucking signals, right? Under his speech. Or look at all the ships. It's already come to the ocean. I wish I could go live with you. Yeah, but you are live with me, brother. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. For real, I like to look at this stuff. I do like to see a lot of X, a lot of things on X also. The Twitter, what they were called back in the days, right? And that's what I'm saying with Elon Musk with a kid there. Wow, you got me there. I remember it. I really do. Okay, so we got a did C-17 Boeing, United States for Luxembourg. No, it's not Luxembourg, it's Germany. It's the fucking military base right there. Yeah. I wonder where this is going. Yeah, vocal. Yeah, I'm definitely done with that. That is cool. So where are you from? Prepper? Do you think we will get some more radio activity today? Because that shit actually scared me a little bit. 2 times under the Trump speech, and he didn't even mention anything. And then he was quiet. It didn't say nothing. The reporters were like, "Hey, Trump," and stuff like that, and he didn't say it. He'd be like, "Thank you," and then move on, right? Because Donald Trump, he always talks. There are no doubt about it. I can bring up the other video today. Was when Trump was talking today. Also, what was he talking about today? Earlier today, but he didn't even take one fucking question from the reporters. He has been ordered to not say anything because he talks too fucking much. You know what I mean? That is sick. That is. Let's see if we got something. So this is the waterway. A friend of mine sent it today. A lemon from England. She was like, "Hey, you can take a look at it. There's water pattern and stuff." And I was looking outside of Iran here. I don't know what this is, but it's pretty cool though. There we go. It's the radio again.
This is sanitary. But Lima. Tango. Romeo.
Yeah, here's the radio again.
Yankee. Stand by. Lima. Quebec. Tango. Romeo. Charlie. Yankee. Stand by. Lima. Quebec. Tango. Romeo. Charlie. Yankee. Stand by. Message follows. Lima. Quebec. Tango. Romeo. Charlie. Yankee.
I have to say, this is
November.
very strange.
Romeo.
3 times under half an hour? Holy shit!
Golf. Oscar. Kilo. X-ray. India. Foxtrot. Quebec. Kilo. Lima. Papa. Victor. November. 7. Foxtrot. Hotel. 2. Whiskey. 4.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you're from Reno, Nevada, United States. Cool, man. Welcome. And you have been around also in some of my other chats, so it's pretty cool that I can talk, you know. I don't have a mic, it would come, but I'm still using my phone. I got connected it up. And channel keep tracking of how many in a day. Yeah, I know there are some other channels that actually what got me into this, because I actually think that is, and today also was a little gold rush, right? People buying a lot of gold. It's like 5K for a gold, and silver was over 100. Like shit just fucking blowed up, right? The radio today also, Trump talked earlier today, didn't say shit to the press, right? And that's what I was like, holy shit, today he's going to speak again around 7:30 p.m. And he didn't talk with the press there either. So he didn't talk with the press 2 times now. And the radio is active as fuck. Probably recording earlier as a deception to what's going on. Yeah. Yo, yeah. No, you can definitely say that. So the live there that we was watching, that was not live. It was recorded. Of course, probably. Right? They just, boom, put it in. You don't have fucking time to talk now, live like that. What do you actually think? If that was live or not, it was probably recorded. 100%, yeah. That's pretty good. Let's see if we can get something that acts. I was actually going over there before. TV official. Yeah, he has a lot about Iran and stuff, this guy. Let me see how it looks on stream here. War room right now. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Right? He couldn't have like had the time to be talking about addiction with all of that and live, right? With all these people. What time was it? 7 p.m. 7 p.m. But it was dark on the windows outside, so it could be. Never know. The mainstream media got him wrong. Yeah, I also saw this woman today, and she was talking about. Let me see what's here. Yeah. So today, yeah, Revolutionary Guard of Iran as a terrorist organization. So I did see her talking today. So the British are. I have a flight radar 24, but the flights were still over Iran, not cancelled. Must be something else. Yeah, I can take a look. I do not have the flight radar 24. I do see some people using the program. I do have this one. But over Iran, if I turn on the regular planes here, you can see Iran don't have a lot of things going on over their airspace. But it's a lot of fucking planes actually up the Gulf of Oman and stuff. Because now if we should just think about, I think we have some warships right around these areas already, and definitely submarines. When you think about what they did in Venezuela here, right? They had like warships and stuff right around here, and they have moved a lot of this warship the last 2 weeks over here. Venezuela is still a lot of tension there, even though it's out from the news. And that operation there, that is like the sickest operation ever. Human military operation at all. Airspace usually shut down when missiles flying. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but that operation in Venezuela, that must have been the greatest military history operation ever heard of. That was like insane. And if they used some type of new weapon, that is also like, come on. Hey, we all grew up watching the 90s Gulf War histories and stuff. And I never heard about any operation, what they did in Venezuela. That's insane. And if they use something that the Venezuelan army was bleeding from the nose and shit, that is like, come on, man. We are talking hardcore United States shit. And China right behind them. Abraham Lincoln warship is in the near Iran. Yeah, right? They got the Abraham Lincoln and stuff. Like, come on. Don't want to fuck with the United States. United States has the greatest army, right? And then we have China. Nobody's talking about China, but what happened in Venezuela just suddenly just died out, like gone. No news about it, right? Oh, what happened to the radio? Did the radio stop? Okay, go on. Oh, the radio stopped. When it's idle for some time, it stops. Hold on. Put it back up. Greenland, all those bad warriors in the places in the with the destruction. Yeah. That was a big, like a lot of stuff, and the news got caught up in Greenland and stuff like that, and then also from the Venezuela. Don't forget that the bombers, the stealth bombers, United States, went in Iran and they did some holes in their bunkers where they had some secret stuff that Iranian claim they don't have, that we all know they have. Let me see. I created an app how to track planes and stuff, and I also added some custom. Let's see. It's a game. Yeah, it's a chessboard. And the United States are very good on it. Can't deny it. The United States are very good playing this game. Okay, so we'll start showing. So yeah, so this map right here that you see here, this one I created. I created this right there. So what happened here on the side? Yeah. So you can see the map there. That's a map that I created for tracking planes and only warplanes, and also putting up. Let's see if we got some. Yes, we still got my. Yeah, so you can track some things going on. I haven't been working on it too much, but French and England and UK best warriors are those who sneak into Russia. Yeah. The Russian conflict also, that is also pretty stuff going on. But this here I created just to have something so you can place this information and stuff. Like here, this was the January 17, right? And then you can also create some links and stuff that you have in. But you can see here, there are no military planes on this map. And there are none. There is one drone. This is a drone, a Q4 drone. This right here. Yeah. That is a drone.
In an age of modern warfare, unmanned aircraft are just as important as human-piloted planes when it comes to today's battlefield. What we're looking at today is one of the world's biggest drones, used to spy on enemy landscapes. This is the RQ-4, an unmanned plane that has been in service for around 2 decades.
Yeah.
Despite drone warfare being a relatively new development, this massive plane shows that it has been in the pipeline for a very long time. Let's take a closer look at what makes this huge drone so effective. But before we get started, if you enjoyed this video and would like to see more just like it, remember to give us a like and subscribe to Military World to get more sent straight to your notifications. The RQ-4 has its origins in the 1995 High-Altitude Endurance Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Advanced Concept Technology Demonstration Program, initiated by the USA's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency and the Defense Airborne Reconnaissance Office. The purpose of this was to produce a high-altitude, long-endurance, remotely piloted aircraft with an integrated sensor suite that provided global, all-weather, day or night intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capability. The Global Hawk first flew on the 28th of February, 1998. The prototype was a success because it focused on the design and construction of a practical air vehicle that was ready to be transitioned into an operational weapon system. While still in its development phase system, the RQ-4 system supported overseas contingency operations just 2 months after the 9/11 attacks. In the spring of 2001, the U.S. Department of Defense had already given Northrop Grumman a contract for the engineering and manufacturing development phase of the program to build the RQ-4. This ended 2 years later with the final delivery of the 7th pre-production vehicle, which was known as Block Zero. In June 2021, a contract was also placed to begin low-rate initial production for 2 production planes and the mission control element of the system's ground station. This was with a targeted completion date of December of 2003. The first Block 10 production vehicle was rolled out in August of 2003. Deliveries of these were completed in June of 2006. This initial block of production Global Hawks was retired in 2011, and these have been replaced by newer blocks of aircraft with improvements. The first of these was the RQ-4B of Block 20 version. This had
Charlie, Mike, Lima, Quebec, 3, Romeo, 4, Charlie,
Wow, we got the radio again.
Lima, Quebec, 3, Romeo, 4, Charlie, Golf, 5, Delta, Alpha, 7, X-ray.
Yeah, another EMA. Holy shit, again. Like that is the 4th now. Like an hour or something. Not even that. Yeah, an hour, 4.
Zulu, November, Victor, Mike, 4, 3, Lima, 3, Romeo, 4, Charlie, Golf, 5, Delta, Alpha, 7, X-ray, 2, Lima, Whiskey, Oscar, Echo, Victor, Lima, 5, Golf, November,
Usually. So, do you know what is actually talking in? Like, I understand they are doing some code there, but what is this? You can also listen to the Doomsday Radio. They got the fucking Russian out there talking Russians and stuff. Like, seriously, are we in some crazy invasion of Iran? That's not gonna be like the last Venezuela stuff here. So if United States, this is what I think. If United States is going to invade or attack Iran, they will probably need to put some boots on the ground there also, because it's a drill. Yeah, no, they need to do put some boots there also, because if not, they a lot of Iranian is just going to get killed from the regime. These regimes, right? They don't forget they're very radical, right? It's not like Venezuela. They kidnapped the president and suddenly we don't hear shit anymore on the news about anything. How could you have the president get kidnapped and we don't hear nothing anymore about Venezuela and shit? The people haven't uprised or nothing. They was in the shit, right? The economy and stuff was really bad, but Iran is not the same, right? Iran is a little bit different there. Listen for word Sky King. Yeah, okay, I will. They will probably play more today. 100%. Here we go. What is this? Was a lot of things happening in Syria also these days. Totally too. There's a lot. What is this live TV? This working? Listen for Scott. That's the highest level here. What happened to this? Huh? They won't play it. Nope. It's not. Huh. Yeah, let's see what Fox News said.
We're having to rebuild how our enemies perceive us. And when President Trump said we're not getting a nuclear Iran, you won't have a nuclear bomb, he meant it. They have all the options to make a deal.
Right,
they should not pursue
cabinet meeting. That was what I was watching.
We will be prepared to deliver whatever
after the cabinet meeting, he didn't say nothing. Trump
Senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkot reports live. He's in London for us. Greg, where do things stand right now?
Well, John, as you just heard, the Trump administration is ratcheting up pressure on Iran to act. White House now reportedly considering a range of possible military targets in response to the regime's bloody crackdown on demonstrators. It's left tens of thousands dead, injured, arrested. This comes after the threat from Trump yesterday for Iran to make a deal to limit its missile program, put an end to its nuclear program, cut off aid to its proxies, or face an even bigger attack than the U.S. helped unleash on Iran last year. The USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier group, plus other assets, are now in the region. Iran, for its part, saying it is ready to respond to any military scenario, and likewise is also ready to talk, but only, in its words, with dignity. A lot of other folks, a lot of other countries are speaking, both Trump administration and Iran, trying to look for an off-ramp. Russia says any U.S. military action would be chaos, but they're also looking at possible evacuation of their locals inside Iran, just in case. And, John, some support from over here. The European Union sanctioning a range of Iranian officials for their role in the protests and also branding the Revolutionary Guards as a terror group. The pressure mounts. Back to you.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, Greg, we'll see which way it goes. Thank you so much. Sandra?
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Oh, he said echoing? Wow. And also escalating.
Iran's supreme leader is reportedly hiding in a fortified underground shelter. The Jerusalem Post says the Islamic leader's hideout contains a series of tunnels below Tehran. The Post cites an Iranian opposition outlet saying the Ayatollah's third son has taken over management of the supreme leader's day-to-day responsibilities. The son is now serving as the primary channel for communication with the regime's executive branches. This comes after President Trump said that American ships were en route to waters near the country. And joining us now is David Wormser, Middle East Affairs Analyst at the Center for Security Policy and former Senior Advisor to U.S. Vice President Cheney on the Middle East and Strategic Affairs. David, thank you so much for joining us. Always great to see you. Now, the U.S. has moved military assets into the region after President Trump told reporters Thursday, quote, "We have a big force going toward Iran," adding, "While he'd rather not see anything happen, we're watching them very closely." Now, this comes as Iran has warned any attack will be seen as all-out war. How are you reading these moves and what we can expect
so it was
to
one
see
thing
here?
I was watching, I saw it on Instagram actually.
Well, clearly the president is moving enough assets into place that he has all the options on the table. If we're going to do a strike on Iran, he's within a day at the outermost. We will have the assets in place to do so.
But they
certainly the Israelis are working with the United States to complete the intelligence picture and make sure that all the targets and target leadership, the targeted leadership that may be on the table is identified, their locations are nailed down and so forth. So there's a lot of preparatory work that's happening but is about to be completed. So then we get into the period in which the president either decides to actually strike or tries to lean on the Iranians enough, making it clear to them that we have everything we need to do a strike to hopefully make them buckle. And buckling in this case would mean some sort of a fundamental change in the constitution of the regime.
And despite the internet blackout, the scale of the protests in Iran and the bloody clampdown is slowly coming into focus. How are you reading these protests? Is there lasting momentum in spite of the brutal clampdown?
Well, there's a number of lasting elements, as you said. One is the lasting momentum. Not all the protests are over. There are still cities and towns in Iran where there's opposition and there's still activity by the opposition. There's also preparation for the future and waiting for what's about to come, if it's an American strike, an Israeli strike, or both. But there's also a long-term hatred of the regime now that has set in among the Iranian people. Before it was a divorce. They had given up on the regime. They want to change. Now there's real hatred of the regime because of what they've done. You mentioned the suppression. What is coming out now, it seems on the night of the 8th and 9th, between the 8th and 9th of January, the regime killed as many as 30,000 people in that one 24-hour period, which would be one of the most horrific slaughters of humans, any humans anywhere, within a short period of time by any regime in the last century. So it really is a horrific regime that has killed, we don't know how many people, we don't know the parameters even of how many people, but it does seem now well north of 40 to 50,000 people have been killed by the regime over the last week and a half.
And on that note, we do know that earlier in the protests, Iran used military jammers, reportedly from Russia or China, to shut down Starlink access. Could there be cooperation between the Chinese regime and the Iranian regime?
Yes, the Chinese regime and the Russian regime both helped not only to jam Starlink, but to try to follow the leads to the Starlink sites inside Iran so that they could track down the leadership of the opposition, arrest them, and kill them. So we do know that there's extensive assistance by the Chinese and the Russians, especially the Chinese, to Iran. We've seen, I believe, 26 transports from China in the last 72 hours land in Iran. That's a lot of military transport from China. In a very short period of time, we know that they've also sent anti-aircraft and anti-missile systems, not true anti-missile systems, but anti-aircraft systems to Iran. So there's a lot of military cooperation by China against the United States and Israel in a potential conflict here with Iran.
Some people
and what is Beijing's interest in the region? Why are they helping so much?
Well, I think there's a number of interests. First and foremost, is they simply want.
It's a lot of United States have been putting a lot of people in powers and mixed around with political business.
President Donald Trump delivers a tough message to Tehran, demanding that Iran negotiate a new nuclear deal and threatening that time is running out and the next strike will be far from severe. The Ayatollah regime said this evening that the Iranian military is with its finger on the trigger and ready to respond to any aggression. An advisor to Supreme Leader Khamenei added that any American military action will be considered the start of a war. We will respond in an unprecedented way and target the aggressor, all of its supporters, and the heart of Tel Aviv. However, the assessment is that Israel and the United States are preparing a trap for the Iranians, like what happened in the 12-day war when the Americans were stunned by the Israeli intelligence on Iran. Meanwhile, the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq have raised the level of threats and preparations for war, while the Houthis in Yemen are monitoring American movements at sea and do not intend to allow any ship to come close, while Hezbollah warned of setting the region on fire. Iranian officials are also making angry statements that they are taking the possibility of war very seriously, and they know it will not be an easy option for them, but they are not ready to enter negotiations under military threats, declaring that if they are pushed into a corner, they will respond in an unprecedented way.
I was watching
the entire region is holding its breath, waiting for an explosion which seems both imminent and inevitable. Welcome to Boots on the Ground. This is the Just Before the Weekend edition. I'm your host, Yair Pinto, and because of the situation, we're reporting to you all the latest, hottest news coming out of this region. Israel's intelligence echelon believes that Supreme Leader Khamenei may agree to flexibility on the nuclear issue, but will not compromise on the ballistic missile issue and support for the regime's proxies. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel still does not know what President Trump will decide, perhaps a return from June or a strike after he sets a bar for Tehran that it cannot meet. For his part, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has forbidden his people from holding contacts with the Americans, but mediators, including Turkey and Qatar, are trying to bring him to a negotiating table. Meanwhile, the United States military is practicing defense against the Iranian preemptive strikes and retaliation.
I feel so bad.
What is on Tehran's target list? Will the United States not seek an all-out war, but rather a controlled destabilization of the Iranian regime from within? Will Iran avoid a direct confrontation with Israel? And should Israel prepare for a multi-front escalation when any mistake could ignite a dangerous chain reaction. We have a lot of questions to examine today, but we can't forget that the terrorist organization Hezbollah is also joining the preparations for an attack against Israel because of the pressure coming on them from both the internationally recognized government of Lebanon and the IDF. Hezbollah's refusal to disarm could drag it into a violent confrontation with the IDF, but agreeing to disarm would erase its political advantage in Lebanon, led to elimination of this organization, basically. But in the background, there is fear that Iran's regime will sacrifice Hezbollah in order to save itself. Hezbollah Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qassem, in his speech this week, revealed Hezbollah's intention to fight for Iran, tying Lebanon's fate to the fate of the Supreme Leader Khamenei, and deepening tensions between the organization and the Lebanese government. Amidst all of this,
right,
there's another threat that Israel could come under fire from an unexpected direction. One of Israel's quiet neighbors has returned into the refuge of the Iranian proxies and is ready for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the Gaza Strip, the IDF is exposing Israel's red lines in Gaza, in the ceasefire, and clarifying that Hamas is building its economic power through humanitarian aid and distribution, as surplus supplies are exploited for Hamas's civilians and also the economic buildup of the terrorist organization. Speaking of which, in January of 2026, restaurants and banks have opened, markets are busted, and money is flowing into Gaza. The IDF is warning that continuing the situation will mainly benefit Hamas, because without a clear Israeli initiative towards Phase B, Hamas will not disarm, and the IDF will be required to return and operate militarily inside the Gaza Strip.
Like it did in 2024,
Hamas does not exploit
Iran
the aid for the economic strengthening, but the IDF's control of the Philadelphia corridor makes it harder for Hamas to build up militarily. And the IDF has also revealed a new plan to establish a Hamas-free civilian zone in Rafah. For their part, Hamas has raised its alert level out of fear of an internal assassination wave inside the Gaza Strip. According to Ashrak al-Awsat, the terrorist organization fears activity by local militias that are cooperating with Israel, and ordered senior officials and operatives to change routines, carry weapons, and separate from mobile phones. And to make a brief comment of my own, anyone who tries to stop Israel from putting an end to the destructive power of the Hamas terrorist organization is sentencing us all to an eternal cycle of blood and fighting. This is a war over the future of the state of Israel, and we must not back down now. Otherwise, we'll have to do this all over again in a few more years. So, as you can see, as we go into the weekend, it's very cheerful here in the Middle East. So, let's dive into the details. I'm Yair Pinto, and this is your Boots on the Ground just before the weekend edition, where we give you the whole truth of what's happening in Israel on day 845 of the war against Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, the Shia militias in Iraq, and all the other armed groups in this region taking their orders from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, which is the head of the crumbling axis of evil in the Middle East. And right now, the cruel regime is closer than ever to getting what it deserves, after years of abusing its own people and the people of Israel. A moment before we begin, I want to call on you to keep spreading the truth, share our content with as many people as possible, and most importantly, click that subscribe button so that you stay tuned to the truth in real time and never miss another episode.
Yeah, no, he good news. I did like what he was talking about, the Houthis. But when you think about it, right, they are not like Syria also, like the economy there, Iraq, the economy in Iraq crumble after the invasion in Afghanistan here, right? Afghanistan, don't forget, look at this mountain region of Afghanistan. We were there for like 20 years, like 18 years and shit, Europe, from 2002, 2003. And then Biden pulled out and left like billions of dollars of new technology to them, right? Kabul, here we go. Kabul is the capital of Afghanistan. I think that's, yeah, it is. right? And when you think about it, United States. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's go Afghanistan. Yeah. Look how they look now.
Breaking news coming in of Afghanistan carrying out maneuvers along the Durand line since yesterday, and the active assistance from Air Force Wing and ground forces is in display close to the Durand line as Afghan-Pakistan ceasefire continues to be.
They have all the new equipment. United States left helicopters. Like, seriously, when it comes to it. Like, new gears and stuff.
As the ceasefire continues to be in a fragile condition, what are the other details that you can share with us?
See, this is an aggressive posturing that is coming from the Afghanistan armed forces. Especially, you see that on Thursday we have witnessed that first it was the troops of the.
And then they start like promoting this gear. It's so people can like, yeah, we go back into Afghanistan.
This is some 60s, 50s out back.
Now, right? Because now they have all this. Afghanistan, they copy everything when it comes to weapons, like the black market of weapons. Right, Afghanistan, like you can, they copy everything, and when it comes to weapon, so United States did that, and they are selling on the black market, 100%, 100%. When you think about it, let's see. Yeah, here we go, Kabul. Iran has probably bought some, guaranteed. So we have heard EAM 4 times today, under an hour, right? So the radio has been pretty active. Okay. Tanzania. Yeah, and earlier this year, we had India and Pakistan up in the mountain regions fighting about something. Then Trump is coming up and saying he stopped that, and that's what he's putting like one of his 8 stopped wars yet in 1 year in his terms, right? That he likes to brag about. And this is the thing when Trump didn't say nothing today, also, right? Didn't take any questions. This is a guy who likes to brag about stopping 8 wars. I'm hearing you. I'm at work. Where do you work? That's cool. Yeah, no, that's cool, brother. So so Trump brags about 8 wars and stopping 8 wars and stuff, and then he is not taking questions. All right. That is a little bit sketchy because Trump always take questions. Let's see if we find that again. Yeah, so it was 5 hours ago. Let's see Let's see a longer here till we can see the end of it. Let's see the end of it.
More beautiful. I just wanted to let you know, the country, we're very proud of you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, why not take questions?
Even the reporter, she was like, Mr. President, why don't you take any questions from the reporters today? Right? So earlier today was a cabinet meeting, right? 7 hours ago, Fox News Business reported on it, right? And I was watching it. And he didn't take answer. Now, for like 1.5 hours ago, there was a new meeting, and he didn't take answer, right? That yeah, for the loss of equipment because of he drew down too quick causing Afghanistan to take over the loose equipment that was it's in the black market now, a lot of equipment after they actually went out from Afghanistan. I saw the pictures. There was people fucking hanging in the planes and stuff, falling out from the planes. Imagine that shit for real. What will come over your head? But then it's about living, right? It must be like that. I never experienced it that in that way like that, but it's a lot of people maybe have done, and people do it, right, in a war zone and stuff. It's absurd for a lot of people from Europe talk about it and stuff. You can see Ukraine now. A lot of people don't talk about what's happening in Ukraine. Ukraine is ugly as fuck, right? But what happened in Afghanistan, they lost all this gear to them. People hanging from the planes, dangling and dying and shit. Trying to refugee out of Afghanistan, right? And why didn't they want to go to Iran, right, and Pakistan? And this is one thing that is the problem that I feel like what's happening over in Europe, right? So if you go to Europe, and this is Germany, right? We got Netherlands, Belgium, France, right? England. Let's take United Kingdom. How many Muslims has actually come to London? Like when you see video in Germany, but nothing to Poland. Poland is not taking anyone in, right? But the rest of the Europe has a lot of Muslim immigration. Definitely Sweden has a lot. Criminals, a lot of violence against the Swedish population, and also in England, right? And we came to the point that people don't talk about it too much, but it's a fact, right? And then you think about why do these people, right? The Muslim people don't want to go to the neighbor's country, right? So they flee in Afghanistan, but they want to go to Europe, right? So they do everything to come to Europe, to Pakistan, and Pakistan to Europe, but they don't want to go to Iran, right? Because all of these countries right here, right? This country, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, you know, a lot of Turkey is also a very religions when it comes to the Quran and stuff like that, and then you have like Palestinians, like Egypt are not open up the borders for Palestinians. Did you guys know that, right? Like, but when they come to Europe, right? So they flee, right, from Iraq. I met a lot of Iraqi and Iranian and stuff in my life, Syrians also. I met a lot of Turkish people, right? But when they come to Europe, they turn and behave like their countries. You understand what I mean? it can't be easy to leaving home, right? I understand it, like Jordan and shit. They are not, but when they come to Europe, right, they turn around and they be like the country they came from, right? The thing that they are trying to escape, they self-do in Europe. You know, like in setting up areas with Sharia laws in fucking London and in England and stuff. Like they was trying to flee from it, and then they start, instead of integrating into the society of Europe, right? And then they bring it, the hate and not all of them, right? But a lot of them bring that, and it gets like it gets into the European culture also, and people I don't, yeah. So this is not going to be good. I'm like, this is not going to be good. Like Iran right now, like when you think about it, the highlight Iran, Iran. In red, let's see if it works. Yeah, here we go. All right, so look at Iran, right? Look at a big fucking country. The millions of people living there. Leader of Africa, Ibrahim. Kuro is the greatest. Oh, yeah. Let me check out that video. I think I know what you're talking about. It's this young leader. This young leader in Africa who took over. Yeah.
I send my greetings to all of you wherever you may be listening from. Today I want to recount a moment from my life that I will never forget. My people...
First of all, is this AI or is this for real?
I speak to you openly, with responsibility and honesty. The room was silent when I asked the question, and in that silence I saw the face of a man who had...
Brilliant, man. Yeah. Okay, so is this AI or is this really him?
Ruled for nearly 4 decades, realized that his time of unchallenged authority was over. President Yoweri Museveni sat across from me at the African Union Summit, surrounded by his advisors, his generals, and the diplomatic machinery that had kept him in power since The conference hall was filled with heads of state, ministers, and representatives from across the continent. Cameras were positioned at every angle. The world was watching, but I was not thinking about the world. I was thinking about my people back home in Burkina Faso, the ones who had entrusted me with their future, the ones who had suffered under the weight of broken promises and foreign exploitation for too long. Museveni had just finished a lengthy address about African unity, sovereignty, and the need...
It felt like AI, this one, right there. Yeah. Is this in Portuguese? In English? There you go. Yeah, no, yeah, he's definitely something who stepped up in Africa.
A young soldier rises from Burkina Faso with a bold promise to restore African dignity and defy foreign control. Is Ibrahim Traoré the answer that Africa has been waiting for? Let's find out.
Moi, je pleure le peuple français. Mais quand même, il est bien pour l'Afrique. Il est un mal nécessaire pour nous. Ceux qui veulent se réveiller, se réveillent. Ceux qui ne veulent pas se réveiller, comme on le dit, on ne peut pas réveiller quelqu'un qui ne dort pas. Les Africains doivent se réveiller. Nous devons travailler à être indépendants, à faire au moins ce que nos peuples connaissent le bonheur. Et la lutte contre l'impérialisme, c'est ça. Il faut décoloniser les mentalités, prendre en compte toutes ces données-là, parce que le monde nous donne tellement d'exemples à voir.
He's pretty tough.
Il n'y a pas de morale.
He also have this weapon on
Ils
him.
peuvent vous désigner aujourd'hui terroriste,
Military
mais
uniform.
demain,
I think he
vous
went
êtes
to
un héros.
United States also
Par leur
had like
simple bouche.
a nice uniform that they created, right? So he doesn't look. But yeah, he also has this weapon, a pistol on the sides and stuff. He doesn't handshake. I think he gives pumps to the. Yeah, it doesn't handshake, right? But he gives pumps. But still, I think, yeah, I think Africa also has a big problem. Tell the truth. Doesn't look that great. Let's look at the market today. Ethereum. I was buying Ethereum today. As you can see, I have this bot going on. And it was a lot of liquidity right here. As it was hitting this too right here, so it comes up and down. A lot of money right here. People have been since 25 of January. A lot of people selling off here, and it was a sell today because of the dollar weakened, and it sells right, and you can see people buying in again. Right, but this is all manipulation. Let me catch up on the chat there. You know how to make successful country. Building tons of infrastructure. Yeah, 100%. Took back mine from the United States and France. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, he's a young president who probably did good there. Africa probably needed that, 100%. Feeding his people, yeah, kept the resource for the people. I like him a lot. Yeah, no, it's 100%. Let's see if we have something here. Let's see if we got something on X. Wow, okay, let's go. Elon Musk the alien. Let's see what he can give
So
us.
let me get this straight. Grok videos are now 10 seconds, and the audio is greatly improved?
Yeah, pretty much. Do you like it?
So let me get this straight. Grok videos are now 10 seconds, and the audio is greatly improved?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my God, we are going into an area where you can't see if it's AI anymore. Elon Musk. Oh shit. 10 seconds long videos. That is pretty awesome. Should we try it out or what? Should we try it out to see? Let's try to do some. I think let's see if Grok. Oh, we can go here. Grok. Image. We can try it out. I think it's image. Let's go video. Yeah, this one. Let me get ChatGPT to create me a prompt. Oh. All right, so we're gonna ask ChatGPT to create a prompt so we can test out this Elon Musk Grok new video. And see if it works. I'll check it out. Oh, hold on. Nice. All right, okay. So on X, Elon Musk said that his videos are 10 minutes, not 10 seconds, and with voice. Now, let's see if it's accurate. All right, there we go. Grok video is now 10 seconds. Elon Musk said that, so let's see if it is. Look at that shit. That's funny. Cinematic faction war scene. The ChatGPT gave us a really bad fucking prompt. Squad of U.S soldiers with advanced futuristic combat armor. That is very high quality. That is probably 10 seconds. But it didn't came out the same as on the Grok there. Didn't look that good. Let me ask. Let me ask a different prompt. But this is so this is not like WW3, right? Let's see if Grok can get that up. So I asked for a prompt where maybe it's some talking. I didn't read over it. I just copied it. Let's see what Grok can do. Because Elon Musk here is January 28th. So yesterday. Create your own Grok. John.
All elements advance slow. Overwatch confirmed clear. Overwatch confirms movement clear to objective. Copy. Pushing to phase line. All elements advance slow. Overwatch confirmed clear. Overwatch.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I think that was a little bit funny though, I have to say. It was probably too much text. Fucking. Model Delta for Special Operators scenes. Here we go. We got a new prompt. Let's see. Oh, 10 seconds. Oh, here we go. Duration 10. Then we have the Super Grok. Current run. So you have to pay for the 10 seconds. It's understandable. 6 seconds. But if the 10 seconds, the voice should be good on 6 seconds also. So let's see. One more. So the 10 seconds Elon Musk is talking about there is behind the paid Grok Super. Well, that's pretty cool though. It sounds really nice right here, but if the 10 seconds can do it, then we should definitely do it on the 6. Yeah.
Control shadows 2 o'clock. Hold. Go on my mark. Mark. Moving. Shadow moving to objective. Copy. Control shadows 2 o'clock. Hold. Go on my mark. Mark. Moving. Shadow moving to objective. Copy. Control.
Yeah, I was watching this when this came out, and we have come up very far when it comes into the technology of the AI, right? And we can't deny it, right? It's a hell of a ride. But when I start thinking and stuff, it popped up a lot on YouTube, right? About the monkeys and the Bigfoot and shit, and I didn't think about it, but then it comes videos and shit. And then, like, who are those people here, right? How do the AI, look at this, to create an image like this back in the days, you had to put gear on you, you had to physically be behind the camera, right? If you look at this image right there, back in the days, if you was going to have an image like this and create a web page or something for any purpose or whatever image, like an image of an apple or whatever, you really need to physically take a picture of it. Someone really had to put gear, right? So you could take a picture. Nowadays, you can get a high quality technical image like this one, like in seconds or whatever you want. That is actually very scary. That is very fucking scary. I don't think about it. That is fucking scary. That is scary. Marco, thank you so much for the follow, brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so the radio stopped now. Hold on. 8, 9, 9, 2. All right, so the radio is back up. If you don't interact with the radio for some time, it pauses itself. But we got everything tight. So, yeah, let's get back and see if we find something new here. So I have a page where we can take a look at some, if there are some new videos. I don't know. It's prices. This one? Pricing. Oh. Okay, so we are not going to. Yeah, this is the drone ambush in Ukraine. We are not going to watch that. Let me see this. Because seriously, that's what I was saying. If when it comes to this situation, I don't think the majority of people understand the technology that is outside of the border of Iran right now, right? If you think about it, United States has like clear entrance right in, and you can forget about the defenses that will come from like Israel here, right? And then you will have Iran sending like ballistic missiles, right? This direction to the ships that is outside, right? And then they will also send ballistic missiles into Israel. That is what's going to happen, right? If some of them just fart, you understand what I mean? If any of them just like cough or fart, that's the only scenario that's going to happen. We're going to have a lot of fucking missiles going both direction, right? So we got like this military base in Qatar, and then we have military base right here. Hmm? No, not here. Could be. Right, United States. Right? So that's the only thing that's going to happen if some of them just cough at this point. But I don't think they understand or are ready for what the new technology, like the Houthis, like right here, like we have the canal, right? So all of this area here with NATO backing, right? And it's the same thing when they went into Iraq. They had to go to Kuwait, and that happened in the 90s, right? What did they do? They went up here. It happened also back in 2004, right, when they invaded Iraq, 2003. And they need to go through Kuwait and stuff in there, and that's the same route they are doing here now, right? It's the same thing that's actually happening. But I don't think they are ready for what's like this. Like this is it's the most crazy shit's going on in the world right now. Oh, look at this shit. This is a drone. It was sitting there, and then he starts operating, and then he goes over there. Is this a Russian soldier or a Ukraine? You don't even know. Look at this shit. We didn't have footage like this before, right? This is something new that happened in Ukraine, Russia war, right? The drone warfare stuff that is never happened before. Before, right? The Afghanistan Iraq war, there was bombs and fighting, but there were no drone like this. The new drone high tech warfare that is going on in Ukraine at this moment, right? Like, it's actually a little bit sad to look at when I think about it. Like, seriously, look at that shit. You cannot even stop for your body. Because you know if you stop, you're gonna die. Right? So are Iran ready for this? Because USA are bringing the big guns and they're bringing high technology into these areas. And Iran is not a poor country, right? It is, but it is outdated, right? And they also have a lot of unarmed drones. So I don't know. This is not looking good at all. Right, we had the EMA radio 4 times today under the stream talking. So I think we are into some really bad weather in Iran. If shit hits the fan, let's see if there are any breaking news here. Breaking news. No breaking news. What is this?
The Iranians have called multiple times and they have asked for negotiations. That's Trump's claim. What does Tehran say? It says there will be no negotiations, especially when they are being threatened.
Our position is clear. Negotiations cannot take place under threats, and any talks must be conducted in conditions where threats and excessive demands are set aside.
Third, there's a warning from Trump. He has threatened Iran. He says the next attack will be far worse. Remember, in June last year, June 2025, the U.S. had bombed 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. Now, Trump says this time will be far worse. Iran, on the other hand, says it is prepared for any attack, and it warns of what it calls a regret-inducing response.
And in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer. You saw that. People have been waiting for 22 years to do that, and we were right at the end. They were about a month away from.
Yeah, this is the Trump we all know, right? This guy talking, right? Donald Trump had cabinet meeting today. He didn't mention nothing about what was going on down in Iran and the warships, and he didn't take one question from any reporter today, right? While all of this shit is escalating, right? I hope Trump brings the hammer of justice and save Iran. Yeah, 100%. It could be ugly, but he didn't speak about Iran at all. He didn't take any questions, and this is not usual of Donald Trump because he always open up his mouth.
Except Donald Trump himself. Trump could order a limited strike, hit a military base or a command facility, just enough to say that America acted. That would give Trump his headline. But here's the problem with that approach. Iran has seen this movie before. A symbolic strike will not stop Tehran's nuclear program. That takes care of option 1. Option 2, go big. Trump could escalate. He could target Iran's military leadership, key IRGC command centers, and critical infrastructure. The goal would be to shake the regime from the top. Option 3 is maximum pressure without missiles. Trump could hold back militarily, but tighten sanctions or support the opposition in Iran. But this is the long game, and it takes time. And Trump is not known for patience. So we come back to the question, what happens next? Expect more threats, more social media posts, more military movements, and above all, more uncertainty. Because with Donald Trump, strategy often comes second to instinct. Will he or won't he?
And this
Donald
is the
Trump,
case,
this
right?
is often
Donald
the question
Trump,
we are left asking. This time,
always
it's about
talks.
Iran. Will he strike Iran and plunge West into turmoil?
And he didn't talk to the reporters today, so this weekend I think shit is about to go us.
Massive armada is heading to Iran. It is moving quickly with great power, enthusiasm, and purpose. As I told Iran once before, make a deal. They did not, and there was Operation Midnight Hammer, a major destruction of Iran. The next attack will be far worse. Don't make that happen again. The U.S. president, he has a few things to say to Iran.
But think about it. What deal, Trump, are you asking Iran to give? What deal? What, like, what should they give up? They're not going to give up. Like, you know it. Like, you make a deal. This sounds so fucking Hollywood, Trump. Like, you make a deal or you're going to get. Look at that fucking big ship going there. Like, seriously. Like, Yeah, make a deal. You have to leave the country, and the Islamic State has to be dissolved, and then a new president will have to come and take over. Like, is that the deal Trump is looking for? Because to get that deal, you need to go into Iran, right? And that's what it looks like he's actually doing here. Huh? Because I don't see no other way. What type of deal are the Iranian government gonna accept? You know what I mean?
Conducted in conditions where threats and excessive demands are set aside.
Third, there's a warning from Trump. He has threatened Iran. He says the next attack will be far worse. Remember, in June last year, June 2025, the U.S. had bombed 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. Now, Trump says this time will be far worse. Iran, on the other hand, says it is prepared for any attack, and it warns of what it calls a regret-inducing response.
And in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation.
Yeah. That was just repeating itself. Yeah, no, they couldn't even do that. Like, there are no deal that Iran will come that will be satisfied of the outcome that they are looking for, right? And you see it up there in Ukraine also, right? We have this whole area here in Ukraine, right? All of this. All of this. Right here. Donbass region, all of this. And you can see it, Russia, right? They come and they have all of this, right? And then they won't give that up. And they fight for that. Imagine, like, what type of deal are Iran, are the world gonna accept? He's not, like, they are not going to stop beating their women. So if they they don't do what the men say, right? The culture is so deep in the roots, right? Like, if you look back at Afghanistan here, Kabul, right? You got the whole Afghanistan. What happened after United States left? The Taliban took back control. Like, Afghanistan. Right. Like, look at this shit. Like 10 years in Afghanistan, more than 10, 20 years, 18 years in Afghanistan.
Quelque part à Kaboul, un cours d'anglais dans une école
As
clandestine.
soon as they left, as soon as they left, the woman was just back to being where they started.
De plus en plus inquiète. Les talibans leur menace d'exil. Les femmes, les hommes qui les...
Ouais. Afghan, the Taliban, look at it. And this is one thing also, right? So we see it as like, you see the burqa, right?
Let's talk to women and girls.
Women using burqa here, right? So they leave the country, right? So they travel far and beyond from those countries like Syria, Iraq, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and then they come to Europe, United Kingdom, London, and they establish, instead of integrated to the European culture and let loose their head, they're beautiful women. They fucking still use burqa and stuff like that in UK. It's because the men, they bring this culture with them, right? They oh yeah, sorry, it was another map. Okay, maybe we go. They bring the culture with them, right? Up here, right? So they go with burqa and stuff. Like, you are already in Europe. It's time to take that off, right? I know they're religions, but come on. It's around 38 fucking degrees outside. Like hot as shit, and they were walking around with a black fucking... And this is what Iran wants to get rid of, right? They don't want to live under the Sharia law. Like, seriously? Like, fucking 50 degrees outside, hot as shit in these countries. Like, Iran and Iraq and Afghanistan, or this part here, hot as... It's really hot. And the uprising, like in Iran there, you see the women's like taking off the burqa and like taking it off and burning it. Like they want to have like they don't want to live under this Sharia law. The problem then, they immigrating into Europe and they bring the Sharia law with them, right? So it's never stopped. Right? Because they don't want to go to Pakistan because they don't know Pakistan. Like, all right, Afghanistan into Pakistan, same shit. Same shit. Right? Turkmenistan, same shit. Iran, same stuff. Right? If they get over to Syria, ISIS, Iraq, ISIS, Syria here, conflict. And then they go over to Europe, like England and Germany and stuff, and they bring the Sharia law with them, like this, right? And they still live there because of the men's rules in the Islamic culture. Jesus Christ, this is the only way. No. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Right? They are going to, like, I saw someone bring the hammer and justice, right? TCL News. It's 7th, the country thing. Yeah. right? And it, like they do not also recognize Israel. Nobody wants the Palestinian people. Like, seriously, we have the peace committee up in Europe, in Norway, all of these places here, right? Talking about bringing immigrants in, right? So if you go light, like all of these countries here, yeah, bringing immigrants in, all of them. And then neighboring countries, they don't even want to bring them in, like Egypt here. Like Egypt border Gaza. If you look Gaza right here, all of this, they don't want to bring that in. All right. Okay. Let me see. I got some information here. Let's see what this is. I just got sent this from one of our watchers who's watching. Okay.
Yeah, so for him to like do this, like, so like this video that he posted on Instagram has like I don't know how many likes it has because I can't tell, but it has like over 60,000 comments and it's like over 41,000 shares. So, or retweets. I don't know about the shares,
All right.
but yeah, like this is big. This is a big deal.
Let me finish it. It's almost done. Okay, so you're saying the people who have these brand names, they need you. Just know this.
What are we watching? Is this guy breaking makeup? Someone?
Okay.
Is that what we
Good
are
job.
watching right now?
Yeah. So this is a big deal. This is a big
So
deal.
this guy
And you know
was
what? This is a very important lesson.
breaking makeup.
Not only are Iranians boycotting
Okay,
like
women's
Huda
makeup.
Beauty now,
That
or
is,
as
then
we
we
call
come
it,
back
Mullah
to it,
Beauty.
right? What
But
I was talking
Iranians are
about
now also
the
boycotting
Sharia law
Sephora.
and
So
stuff.
I personally,
There you go.
I have bought all of my makeup
Radical
from
as fuck.
Sephora. I probably spend,
Like
I don't know, like $3,000 to
$100%
$5,000 a
radical.
year on like makeup,
you are
beauty products from
fucking
Sephora. I'm
throwing
done.
makeup or
I'm
breaking
never buying
makeup.
a single product
What
from
we witnessed to
Sephora
that, is
ever
that the
again.
case this guy was
As
doing?
long as they, if they are selling Huda beauty products, I'm done with Sephora. I would rather buy my products from elsewhere. I'll go straight to the source. You know, I can buy my products from the supplier, but I'm never stepping foot in a Sephora again.
Right,
I'm
leave a
boycotting
comment
Sephora
there if this what
until
we was
Huda beauty
watching was
is removed from
it
Sephora.
breaking
And
makeup, and this is the case.
I spend a lot of
Breaking
money
makeup.
there.
Imagine
So
these people.
I will do
probably,
the same
actually,
thing.
probably more than
Like,
$5,000. I don't know. I spend a
they-
lot of money on makeup. I just don't
I'll
talk
spend a
about it.
little bit
They
less than
leave
Goldie, but
the countries, right?
All right, Armin, thank you so much for being here. I know you have stuff to do. But thank you.
by the
for
way,
everything.
I'm back on the
Like,
Persian
but they
live
don't go
stream.
to any of those countries.
I did my Persian live stream today.
Like
as well.
Iran, Iraq, Saudi
time is
Arabia,
that here?
Oman, Qatar, they are not going there, right?
For sure.
They go to Europe.
So what time?
right? So they flee to Europe and they bring this fucking shit that we just saw. The guy breaking makeup, a woman's makeup. Like, they flee the country, comes to Europe, and then they act crazy.
I know,
like,
but my live is like all over the place because it depends on like my usual. So, okay, well, you know what? We'll talk offline. We'll talk offline.
Yeah, we'll talk. Yeah.
We'll come up with a schedule. But people want an Emir Arafat.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Are you gonna find one, or do you want me to send you the one that had the ink? All right, Armin will find one for you.
Yeah, I will find.
You want my brand list? I mean, I'm a big fan of NYX. I'm a big fan of NYX because NYX is. I don't like brands that test on animals, so I generally tend to avoid products that test. I prefer. That's one. That's actually really important. I'm full on cruelty.
Good for you.
Yeah, well, I just don't want like I just don't like the fact, you know, I don't like Oh wait, there's like a troll in the chat. Who's all these like weird like trolls are coming out now. Guys.
Should I do this one? I don't even know what this is, but it has like it seems like one of his popular ones.
Wait, which one is one?
Let me just listen through it all the way through.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Pretend like I'm not here.
Okay. Let's just listen to this, guys. Iranians, tell me if this is the one I should translate.
کتاب داره توضیح المسائل نصف بیشترش فقط راجع به سوراخچونه و چجوری آدم چونشو بشونه یعنی این پاپیوز از صبح که تو سوراخچون
So it's coming a lot of new videos out from Iran, right? They also cover everything to do with the Iran conflict. They also cover the diaspora. All right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I see it. So the news are now opening. I don't know. Is the internet back in Iran? Or, right. Right. Starlink must be over there 100%. Right? Do they have the government coming back up? But they're coming more footage out, right? From what's going on in Iran these days than it was before. Huh? What is playing here? Following. Where is this going? India. Right, but with this guy breaking this makeup, like, they're also bringing this just back into Europe, 100%. Right, this type of behavior. Right, if we go to YouTube and just go wait, let's see if we go here London Street. This is UK, most danger.
Unsafe, but this is a police station right here, and it's so dodgy.
Look at that shit. This is like fucking UK.
Second guy in for just a couple of minutes. Fire.
UK has always been a diverse country, or England, right, with a lot of culture, but it's taken too much now. Like you see these go videos that is popping up on TikTok and stuff.
You okay? He's not. Yeah, he's here every day, man.
Of immigrants and stuff in United Kingdom, like harassing women and stuff like that, and calling them
There's
whores.
lots of stuff happening on the street out here, man.
They bring this shit with them back to Europe.
Okay, bye, bro. And they're wising up, man.
Yeah, on that stream, you follow all the most recent news. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You should look up what's happening in Syria with Kurdistan and Guyana against 100%. Syria is it's happening. We was going to watch something here in the funker, but I start talking about this drone warfare because we see it all over here, right? Let's see if we got something new from Syria. 2 days ago, okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. You know that situation is fucking serious. 2 days ago also in Syria.
الله حيك يلا حل ارجع بعد زين ايه رجع الطائر ها
Whoa, holy fuck. Holy shit, that was okay. Incoming drone, and that was a big one. That wasn't this small drone. Holy shit, look at this drone. Wow, okay. Wow.
شرشري مبروميا شر 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 شرشري مبروميا سبر ميدان شر
Yeah, all that.
Allahu Akbar.
Okay.
Allahu Akbar.
All right. That is. Holy fuck.
Allahu Akbar.
And this is the case, right? We will see a lot of this. And we see it now in Ukraine also. Ukraine, the Russian fighting there. And this is the first time in fucking long time. And two countries like Ukraine and Russia, right? Ukraine get backed up by Europeans, right? Money, billions billions of dollars flowing into Ukraine. Zelensky and the regime here in Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of already dead soldiers around the whole Donbass region right here. The whole region down there. Let me see on my map. Yeah, right here. The whole here. Hundreds of thousands of young soldiers already died. And when we look at this footage, it's like unreal, right? That Russia has had clashes with Europe this big. Right? So this is, since World War II, two superpowers clashing hasn't happened, right? Yeah, we've been in Afghanistan, we've been in Iran, it was African operations and stuff like that. But United States and NATO or whatever, that is superpower. You know what I mean? That is what, if United States go in here, it's going to be it's going to be like this that we just watched here, like door-to-door fighting. Like seriously. Did this guy even have a weapon on him? Yeah. Like they will have this type of people, high gear against this type of gear, right? And that is not something to play lightly, actually, when I think about it. That is going to be fucking, it's going to be, and I remember when I was young, it was a movie out of Iraq, always fascinated. What was that movie? It was a movie, and they American soldiers and young soldiers, 20 years old and stuff, entered Saddam Hussein's palace, right? And you saw it on the news, right? They entered the Saddam Hussein's palace in Baghdad and shit, like American soldiers. And back then, the quality wasn't. You didn't have the internet like the 100% like we have it now, right? So the quality was good, but it wasn't like what we got now. Look at this. Look what Grok created here. Like earlier today, we was testing out how Grok created videos, right? So look at it. Like look at this high quality image style. This type of stuff is actually coming out. You know what I mean? The quality of the TVs and yeah. Okay, so what is this? Sure.
اشتباكات عنيفة. الله أكبر الله أكبر.
And what we are looking here, don't get it twisted. because this is exactly the same type of gear and stuff they will encounter in if they go in Iran, right? They will this malicious type of army when they breaks the national army, right? Because that's what's going to happen. It happened under Iraq, right? When the United States went in, right? So the United States went in, and the same happened, right? The Saddam Hussein's army got broken, right? And what ended up with was militia fighting, right? Guerrilla warfare, like this type of fighting, right? Toyota, the famous Toyota. You see those white cars right there? Those cars right here. You see them right? Let me see. Let me see. Yep, there we go. The famous Toyota. You see those cars? The white cars? They're the famous Toyota. You saw them all over Iraq and everything. All the ISIS fighters. All of them. Huge Toyotas. Right? And then they clash it up with real armies like the United States and shit. The best you know what I mean? But they fight, right? Sometimes you sit back and wonder why they are fighting, because when you look at some of the stuff, they're like these shitholes. For real. But they are fighting, they can fight, but they did it. Right? But when they come clashing against high-tech NATO forces and stuff like that, they don't have a chance at all. They don't have no chance. So 6 days ago is too long ago. I feel like, what is this? A week of victory talk. Oh, I saw this last week. This. Iran. Let's go. Latest. Yeah, no, there are some seriously fighting here. Faulkner and Rogue gets stuck.
Right,
Look at this.
I was a direct hit.
Yeah, and the Royals Marine, they like 2018. You know what I mean? This is they. That's some crazy hardcore soldiers, right? Firepower, like. But they fight back, right? The Syrians, ISIS was fighting back. They died, right? But they are coming back up. 100%. They are coming back up slowly, but they are uh, adding some footprints around some of the area in Syria and stuff like that. They all of this Mosul and stuff. The fighting in Mosul also. Back when Iraq war, all of this was like ISIS territory, right here, and they are still there in the dark, right? Because that's what terrorist organization like the Houthis and stuff like here down here. You got the Houthis and stuff. Right? So if United States is going to have a clash with Iran, the only outcome if we look at history and we got Iraq, we got Afghanistan, right? The reason why they said like, oh yeah, we need to go to Iraq and was they have atomic weapon. Like back in the days, we was like, yeah. You know what I mean? Everybody know United States, but they went in without any doubt. Who has the weapon, if anyone, is Iran. So this time, it looked easy at the beginning when they entered Iraq because they drove straight through it, almost like blitzkrieg, right, to Kuwait. So they went to, so the allies, United States and Britain and stuff, they were all in Kuwait here. That's where they started, right? And also from the Saudi Arabia, right, through the desert, right? And then they went up, right, like this. And then they also flanked up like this with fire support from the sea, right? And they went straight into Baghdad, right here. Right? Delete this one. Can I delete this one? Delete. Right, so they went straight into Baghdad, almost like blitzkrieging, if you think about it, when there was fast movement in World War II, right? When the Germans went into France and stuff, in Poland, they did this fast movement with tanks and stuff, and that's the same shit that United States did in 2003 and then into the Iraq 2004 and stuff. Get straight up to Baghdad, right here, and then they capture it, right there. That's what they did. Fast movement in here through the desert, up there, take, and then they got stuck in. Where did they get stuck in one town here? This is history. Fallujah, here we go. They got stuck in Fallujah. Those people who came around from the desert here, right? That's what's happened. So they got stuck here, the United States. The French Foreign Legions was here. We got the Australian was here, right? So they went in. Over here. With tanks and shit like that. And they were moving. When they came to Fallujah here, right? Ramad and through here, it was a convoy. They got stuck and killed. They drove the wrong road, right? They were not going into Fallujah, but it was some. There was a unit that got lost, and they went in and they come into Fallujah, and that's when they're fighting in. There we go. The Battle of Fallujah, right? Epic battle. What happened? Lot of shit going on. What happened there?
It's open! Door's open! I got the combo door. Coming in! Coming in! Got it! Here we go. Now, what you got over there? Fucking fence. Come on over. Yeah. Got it. Lower! Lower! Wait! We good? Go to a window! Lower!
If somehow, some way, like, they managed to, like... Dude, let's just wait till we get it. Yeah, alright. Over around here! Open you
Ross! Yes, sir! Lift your iron up. Woo! Let's go! Next time.
And even though with this technology and gear, they really got their ass kicked in here in Fallujah, but they fucked them up really good, right? But when you're thinking about how fast everything entered, right, into Fallujah that way, how they actually took over Iraq this fast, it's very fascinating. So if they didn't have any nuclear bombs, we know for sure Iran have it. 100%. They this narrative, the story about Iraq and stuff, is debunked, and everybody knows it now that this wasn't about that. But Iran and the uprising and what's going on in Iran these days, it's more like a fight. I think the Western will like to passively join, you know what I mean?
يعني نجحت دول المنطقة في إطفاء لهيبة. اليوم تشعر المنطقة بأنها في حالة استقرار، في حالة سلام. التحرك الأمريكي ربما يعيد الصراع للحيوية من جديد.
دكتور مبارك، يعني نريد أن نتساءل أيضا، يعني لربما الخطوة الأمريكية بررتها الولايات المتحدة بالمضايقات التي قامت بها إيران لبعض السفن التجارية في هذا المضيق، وهنا نتساءل عن كيف تنظر دول الخليج لهذه المضايقات خلال الفترة الماضية من قبل إيران لتلك السفن في هذا المضيق.
نحن نعلم أن قضية بين قوسين المضايقات ليست جديدة، وكانت أخطر بكثير من هذه المضايقات، بل حدث اعتداء كبير جدا على مفاعل البترول في بقيق وخريص، وحدث اعتداء أيضا على في أبو ظبي، ولم نرى تحرك أمريكي حقيقي. ولذلك عندما أقول أن توقيت التحرك بالفعل توقيت مريب، يثبت ممرات جديدة للاعتداء أيضا في تأجيج الرئيس التركي التي
And if we're going to include with everything we had, 203s, fragmentation grenades, clear by fire, you have it so. One of my squad leaders, you know, he was shot through the helmet, but it was just a flesh wound, thank God. But he's one of my best squad leaders, and it really hurt to lose somebody like that. A lot of Marines looked up to that corporal, but it just felt weird seeing somebody get shot that you're standing right next to at that moment.
Yeah, I mean, you always care about the Marines you left and right, but I went pretty much worrying about, just getting out alive, and then it kind of went from that to add, guys to worry about, plus myself, it's people in a leadership position, it puts a strain on them in a combat environment.
It's really hard to keep on pushing and stay real focused when you've got, close friends who've just been killed. If anything, it provided a fire and a passion for them to continue the job that we started.
My Marines did exceptionally well. I was surprised beyond all belief. Not one of them was hesitant. Went in looking for the bad guys. They were happy to do it. It was something that they've trained to do. It's the reason they joined the Marine Corps.
I think that it sent a message out there, that you can't have like a safe hold. You can't have a city that you can hide in and operate out of.
There were a lot of really evil people in that city who were doing all they could to try to stop the progress that has been made in Iraq in the last 18 months. I think now the new government that's going to be elected in January is going to be set up for success. I definitely feel I've made, on my level, some sort of contribution to the greater effort that our country's trying to get done here in Iraq.
We did it.
took down the hardest city in Iraq. This is what people join the Marine Corps to do. You might be in the Marine Corps for 20 years and never get this chance again to take down a full-fledged city full of insurgents, and we did it.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry about that, guys. Give me a second. Put the map on. And the two Indian military plane on the way. Okay. Yeah, some user advice, guys.
Over on the left.
We are watching conflicts involved in radios and stuff like that, so maybe not have your kids around.
47 years,
You know what I mean?
Iranians
Watching
have had
this
enough
channel.
of the suffering and are demanding a change. In this case, Iranian reformists, long seen as a stabilizing pillar of the Islamic Republic, privately urged Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to step aside, crossing a red line by calling for the removal of the regime's ultimate authority. Euractiv has learned. It is noted that leaders of the Reform Front, an alliance of reformist parties and groups, convened an emergency meeting, according to people familiar with the meeting. The session was chaired by Azar Mansouri, a prominent reformist figure and head of the Union of Islamic Iran People Party. Euractiv says that the meeting was held at the headquarters of the Islamic Association Party of the Iranian Medical Society. The meeting was marked by heated debate over the regime's violent crackdown on demonstrators, which, according to some estimates, may have left as many as 30,000 Iranians dead. At the conclusion of the meeting, senior reformist leaders agreed on an unprecedented step, issuing a public statement calling on Khamenei to relinquish power, resign from office, and oversee the creation of a transitional governing council to replace him. Recall, former regime president Mohammad Khatami is again promoting the long discredited notion of reform from within the system, warning ominously that Iran itself will be destroyed if the current order persists. These claims have been repeated so often over the years that they no longer even function as propaganda. A society that has lived through repeated failures of reform no longer hears these warnings as compassion or foresight, but as a desperate attempt to rescue a regime standing at the edge of collapse. The reality is that the regime's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, and the power structure under his control face a multi-dimensional crisis, and such rhetorical maneuvers are neither capable of resolving it nor of intimidating a population that has already crossed the threshold of fear. In this case, Euractiv says that Azar Mansouri was tasked with urging the supreme leader to transfer his authority to a temporary transitional council and to call on senior office holders to step down. Reformist leaders also discussed organizing a protest rally just 4 days after nationwide demonstrations peaked, but the plan never materialized. Iranian authorities learned of the proposed statement and issued what participants described as severe threats against reformist leaders, preventing its publication. Since then, concerns have grown over the safety of senior figures in the movement, particularly Mansouri. Iranian media later reported that Mansouri described a suspected assassination attempt. During a visit to her country home, she and members of her family noticed that a heating pipe had been sealed with new insulating material, an act she said could have caused fatal carbon monoxide poisoning. If confirmed, such an attempt would mark a sharp escalation by the authorities against the reformist camp, which until now has largely functioned as a stabilizing pillar of the Islamic Republic. The faction around Mansouri has also distanced itself from President Masoud Pezeshkian, according to people familiar with the matter, despite his earlier association with reformists.
Yeah, and if you guys like
Leaders
the stream,
of the group have
give it a like.
reportedly demanded
That
that
helps to push it out to other
Pezeshkian,
people.
alongside Khamenei, be
Because
held accountable
we are
before
watching
a court.
everything.
Despite
What's unfolding
acknowledging
right now.
widespread public discontent,
Right? So this
all
is not
factions
for,
of the regime continue to warn society
the faded
against
eye, right?
revolution
We
and uprising.
we are watching soldiers getting killed and stuff like that, and new videos that is coming, things that is a little bit graphical, that it's not for everybody, okay guys? Like that shit, that is fucking crazy. Look at this. That is insane, holy fuck. And this is in Ukraine. This is around the Ukraine stuff. And what's happening here, guys, is don't have words for it. Right? We are going into something major when it comes to Iran. If Trump, yeah.
Yet, successive revolts and the persistence of social resistance demonstrate the failure of this narrative. When even the most basic freedoms are denied, revolution becomes not a choice, but the only remaining option.
The European Union has listed Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization over Tehran's bloody crackdown on nationwide protests, the bloc's top diplomat said in a post on X on Thursday.
Yeah, so that happened today. They listed the Islamic military as terrorist organization. That happened today. That means that UK and stuff is also going to get involved. So what is he saying? This is the autism?
The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. and where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
So if you see this UFO drone, so this global hawk, it's a drone, it's a military drone in the United States. It started here, and it was there for maybe an hour ago, but it suddenly pops up like and this is gathering information. They have like sensors and shit that goes kilometers long, camera and shit. He wasn't there. He turned it off and then he's back. 1 hour later, he turns it on. Strange.
According to Associated Press, Kaja Kallas, the EU's foreign policy chief, said that foreign ministers unanimously agreed on the designation. Any regime that kills thousands of its own people is working toward its own demise, she said. This will put them on the same footing with Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Daesh, Kallas said earlier Thursday, using an Arabic acronym for the Islamic State group. If you act as a terrorist, you should also be treated as a terrorist. The 27-nation bloc on Thursday also sanctioned 15 Iranian officials, including top commanders of the Revolutionary Guard, over the violent crackdown on protesters. Activists say the crackdown has seen at least 6,373 people killed. The measures, while largely
progress cannot be made while Iran is being pressured, even as indirect, mediated contacts continue. China's warning reflects broader regional anxiety. Neighboring states, including Gulf Arab nations, have also urged restraint, fearing that war with Iran would not only destabilize the Middle East, but disrupt global energy markets and plunge already fragile economies into deeper crisis, Such concerns echo China's view that conflict would deepen chaos and undermine efforts towards diplomatic resolution. In the most direct terms yet, China's leadership has signaled that war with Iran is not just a Middle East problem, but a global risk. With U.S. forces converging and rhetoric rising on all sides, Beijing's chilling warning underscores one stark reality. When superpowers clash over hotspots like Tehran, the consequences can extend far beyond any battlefield and into unpredictable chaos. China has just issued one of its strongest geopolitical warnings in years. Beijing says any U.S. military action against Iran would plunge the entire Middle East and potentially the world into unpredictable chaos if Washington pursues force instead of diplomacy. The warning comes as the U.S. moves warships toward the region, and tensions between Tehran and Washington are now at their most volatile point in decades. Iran, for its part, continues to issue its own fierce warnings. Tehran says it holds the upper hand in any confrontation with the United States and has threatened that an attack.
His private bunker. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on. Right. So it was leaked. Iranian bunker location. Let's see. Yeah, so here we go. I found a video. I heard about it earlier today. I don't know if this is a video about it, but we can definitely take a look at it. Go back in.
Is Iran's supreme leader hiding in a bunker? Is he planning his successor? And what does America's massive naval buildup in the Middle East really mean? Let's break this down. Reports are swirling that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's 86-year-old supreme leader, has retreated to an underground bunker in Tehran. Not just any bunker, a fortified complex connected by tunnels, built to withstand attacks. Why now? Because the United States Navy's Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group has just arrived near Iran. Destroyers, firepower, the whole package. President Trump calls it precautionary, just in case, he says. But here's what makes this interesting.
Is the case, right? When you
While
think about
Khamenei
it, if
hides,
that's the case, like, seriously, they are preparing for war if this is the case, if the president there have now been evacuated and
his son, Mujtaba Khamenei. The Assembly of Experts has reportedly shortlisted 3 unnamed candidates. The regime is preparing for transition, just in case bombs.
I was going to say, what a fucking coward. Going to hide it like that. Seriously. I was talking about this earlier today on the stream. If you guys haven't been here all the time, I know it's a lot of people come and go. And we have over 851 views today, and I think that is pretty cool. Hey, if you guys want to like the streamer shit, we can get more. I appreciate that. But I was talking, so this guy, the president, right, of Iran here, so we can see him, right? This guy has family outside, right, living in Europe, in Spain and stuff like that. I saw a video on Instagram and stuff, and then you can see his daughter drinking. And a very beautiful, beautiful family members, right? Of course, they are rich. Can't deny it, right? They are like crown prince of Iran and stuff like that. It's insane. But they do not live under the same rules that Iran has. They live more westernly, very rich people, right? And they was drinking on a boat and stuff. There's a video got dropped while I was watching. So if this guy is on hiding right now, you better hide. Because if it's true that it's 30,000, 40,000 people been killed, like if they've been killed for under this riot, so let's say if it's really 30,000 people, like I have a bad time to believe it, but still I believe it. You know what I mean? Because when you're talking about 30,000 people, we should see more videos. 30,000 people is a lot.
Iran says it's not kidding either about reacting to U.S. threats. Trump knows.
Are they hyping up the death toll, right? To have a reason for more conflict, or are the death toll 30,000? Like if someone can, what do you guys think about that? Like we have some videos, right, coming out and stuff like that, but 30,000, that should be. Some people say 70,000 people and stuff like that. Like, come on, man, 70,000 people under like 2 weeks, 2 3 weeks. If that's happening, like, if that is real, like, where the fuck are the protesters? Like, come on, Europe. We are screaming about free Palestine. Okay, we saw it on the news all the time. That's not the topic in itself. Like I talked about earlier today, nobody wants to take the refugee from Palestine, right? Even fucking Egypt don't want to bring them into their country, right? Like they've been fighting the Israeli army for so long, but 80,000, 70,000, 60,000 dead. That is like a war zone. You will only hear like pop, 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 machine guns and shit, and killing 70,000 people in 2 weeks. If that's the case, holy shit. Holy shit. But I like to see some videos coming out more about these numbers, because we all know how the media works, right? People manipulating how the facts should come out to the people like me and you. But 40, 70,000 people, if that's true, holy shit, then wow. I don't know what you guys think.
Then, of course, you have the long-range strike of B-2s from the continental United States. You mix all those things together, and now you have the ability to conduct offensive operations and back up the president's threat. So is it more likely? Yes, because now the forces are in play. Is it certain to happen? One can never know.
And with all of these possibilities now in place, what would a strike then, in your opinion, what would it look like, realistically? Are we talking with the bombers, with the fighter jets, with missiles? Would they all be part of an attack?
So normally, and then I have to acknowledge that there's an Israeli element to this as well that could join with their F-35s and their F-15s. Because much of the air defense system's already been suppressed by Israeli strikes prior to and during the 12-day conflict, you start off with a smaller suppression of enemy air defense. So you'd be using Tomahawk missiles, some long-range air-launched anti-radiation missiles, suppress the air defense, and then you come in, and I personally would again use Tomahawk missiles against your primary targets because, as you may recall, there are 3 destroyers equipped with Tomahawk missiles with the Lincoln. There is probably 1 or 2 U.S. Navy submarines not disclosed in the area. There may not be, but if there are, they'll also launch Tomahawk missiles. And then you follow it up with the B-2s, in my opinion. They can operate in the current conditions in Iran. I think they can operate with relative impunity. And B-2s can each drop, a large number, just under 50 precision attack munitions. And you could have multiple B-2s in play at a time. So that's a lot of striking power. And then if you add in the Israelis, it probably doubles it.
Admiral, what about U.S. allies? Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Many countries in the region have said that they are against any type of military strike, military action. I mean, can the United States, can it pull it off? I mean, as you said, it has Israel there assisting it. Is this an operation where these other allies are simply not needed?
That's a great point because no, we need them for some of the basing. The aircraft carrier can operate, the B-2s can operate, but the refueling aircraft and the F-15 Strike Eagles will be operating from our allied air bases in the Middle East. And that, of course, immediately puts them under threat from the Iranians. You may recall that they fired, almost 40 cruise and ballistic missiles and drones at Al Udeid Air Base back during the 12-day war. So absolutely, those countries have what we call skin in the game. And so they're asking the United States to either not do it or give them lots of heads up, or most importantly, bring in the air defense systems. So that's what we're not hearing. Are the Army air defense systems that were withdrawn, last October, November, December, being brought back in to Iraq, to Kuwait, to Al Udeid, to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, where U.S. Facilities are, to ensure those facilities are protected by both the United States, but also our host nation partners' weapon systems.
Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. Admiral, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us tonight. This is a story very fluid. We will continue to follow it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, I think definitely United States has some submarines already stationed there outside, right? When it comes with the barrage, like Donald Trump saying.
As we head into the weekend here in
You know what I
Israel,
mean?
one
They
question on everyone's mind:
definitely
will the
have
United
some
States strike the Islamic Republic of Iran?
hard
And if so,
power,
will Iran strike back
firepower
at Israel?
outside
As
there in the
tensions
ocean.
rise and the U.S. warships take position in the Middle East,
Holy
Israel
shit.
and the
This
region
is-
remain on high alert.
This is
Joining us now to
this
discuss
is
the
it.
latest
It's
updates
happening
and the
right in
situation
front of
inside
us.
of Iran following the
Fucking
massacre of
happening.
thousands of protesters
Holy
is
shit.
Iran expert at the Institute for National Security Studies, Ben Sabti, and CEO and founder of the Israel Defense and Security Forum, Brigadier General Emil Avivi. Thank you both for joining us today. Emil,
Thank you.
Emil, let's start with you. For the past 2 weeks, every weekend, Israelis and Iranians have been anticipating that the strike will happen. So everyone really wants to know, how likely is it that the United States will strike Iran this weekend? And after President Trump promised, of course, that help was on the way, what are the calculations for the delay?
Well, I think there are several considerations of the U.S. Government, of the president. One thing is it's a very complicated plan because this is not just about attacking a military site or a nuclear site. This is about the goal to bring down the regime. And to do so, it's a completely different kind of planning. You have to plan how you deal with the leadership, how you deal with the centers of government, with the media, with Basil forces, with the Revolutionary Guards. How do you weaponize the people of Iran? How do you mobilize them? This is not the kind of war the U.S. has been preparing for many, many years. So just looking at it from a planning point of view, this is a very, very complicated issue. Then you have to amass the forces. And the U.S. have been amassing them in the last months. And also you have to train. And we see the training now. And as all this is happening, there is international considerations. President Trump needs to build legitimacy globally. It was focused in the last week in Davos. He was building this peace body for not only for Gaza, but a kind of new UN. So there are many things going on which affect the timetable in which the US will strike. So it's very, very difficult to predict a clear timetable. Because of all these considerations, it will be really like betting, in the casino. I don't know, but I think that the main issue is that while the U.S. is making all these preparations and we're waiting for a U.S. strike, two other scenarios might happen before. One is a preemptive Iranian attack, which is very, very dangerous. And the Israeli government has been threatening Iran again and again in the last 2 weeks. Even yesterday, the prime minister addressed it again and warned Iran from an attack on Israel. And the Iranians are considering this attack and they're training for it and they're enhancing their readiness. It's not a good scenario.
So I would
like to see preemptive.
Yeah, so I want to turn to Benny now and also ask, Iranians are still in a digital blackout. But what we have seen coming out of Iran, the videos, the testimonies, really horrific, thousands killed, many more wounded, arrested, daily executions. From what you know, what is the status today?
Yeah, so they are still in a blackout, right?
Iranian people, and also the
internet is down still in Iran, right? I did see a satellite image today about, I know Starlinks and stuff is hovering over there. And Elon Musk, he's like a fucking alien. They must have some technology going on over there, looking in, getting information. United States.
Wounded people. This is also a huge number. It means that maybe 4 or 5 million people were out there if we have 400,000 wounded. Maybe this is the more important number even to understand the protests that were there. But today there is no protest. What we have today is the influence, the effect of the protest.
The big question is the world ready for this fucking type of war right now? Right.
That are coming to Persian Gulf.
Like I think there was this Russian commander said for some time back when the news what he said, think of this, think like it's the American invading Iraq. He said something like that, this Russian, because there was a lot of people saying there was a lot of bad footage coming out, right, from Ukraine. Of course, that war is ugly, this area, all of this. And he was like, yeah, no, think about it in like USA. Like the Western are more, how can I say it? They accept more United States fighting than Russia. If you know, if it like we was in Afghanistan, Iraq for a long time, right? The Western got used to it. Like it's a complicated thing. So this drone is still around. If I click it away, it's gone. You see? Now it's gone. He turned off his system because I clicked on it here when it started, and now it was over here, right? So we know that we got a drone going on here the last couple of hours going on here, flying around. But he turns on and he turns off his transmitter. Wow. Holy shit, what is gonna happening with the market? Holy fuck! Holy shit. So it started here today, boom, down here, and now it's down here. And it hit. Yeah. I thought this was the area it would stop, but it did not, right? So we got like support here, right? So what happened today? It went down here. I was thinking, okay, here we got the support. We will keep the support. You see it on the Bitcoin. I put it up today, right here. Those two yellow market liquidations point, right? But this goes way back to November 25. So we are back over in November with this fall right here today, down to 80,000, $81,000 for a Bitcoin. So today it has 10% down in one day, right? And President Trump didn't even talk to the press today. The most sketchiest fucking interviews, or Donald Trump, like he always talks to the media. If a reporter asks him or something, he's always bragging. Like that is Donald Trump. He's a bragger, right? I take credits for the 8 wars and blah blah blah. He loves fucking talking with the media. Today he didn't take one answer from the media at the meeting, at the round table, and at the Oval Office. He did not take questions. Okay. 80,000. It's been down to 80,000 today. 11. So Ethereum 2,700. Holy shit.
A U.S. carrier group is moving closer to the Middle East, and the world is waiting to see if America will strike Iran. CBN News Middle East Bureau Chief Chris Mitchell reports the number killed in the regime's bloody crackdown is now staggering.
Iran is a nation under martial law.
Curfew, checkpoints, and heavy security presence in city after city. People inside the country describes streets saturated with armed forces and plainclothes units, not to keep order, but to flood public space with fear and crush any momentum for freedom. And brutality is no longer limited to bullets and batons.
With the internet down for more than 400 hours, the number of Iranians reportedly killed by the regime is being called a genocide under digital darkness. It's one of the world's deadliest massacres in a generation.
They estimated true toll may be exceed of 60,000. This is not a crowd control. With mass killing, disappearing, chemical attacks, and blackout to hide the evidence. This is
for real
uprising met with state terror, and it fits the pattern of crime against
is this real, like 60,000 people, or are that real, like over the last 2-3 weeks here? Like that is a lot, that is a war, right? So that is civil war. You understand what I mean? 60,000 people, that's civil war act. So okay, the internet is down, or Iran in a fucking civil war? Because if 60,000 people have been dead, like how many?
In Iran, the regime has posted a large mural.
Are that 60,000 on one side, or is that 60? What are they counting here, right? Is that with the military and stuff? Because
you will reap the whirlwind.
do Iran have the Second Amendment or stuff like that? Or do they have weapons? They must have weapons. Like they fucking AK. They were all in Afghanistan and all in yeah. So
major airlines have canceled flights in and
60,000 is a lot. So it's a lot if this is true. That's insane.
For U.S. attacks. Iran fired hundreds of missiles at Israel in June of 2025 during the 12-day
You know what I mean?
Iran.
Like, we are talking about
Chris Mitchell joins us
60,000
now from Jerusalem. It looks like Iran is concerned. The
people calling it a genocide and stuff. Okay.
I guess they're thinking the U.S. is going to strike. What is the sense in Israel?
Well, Gordon, they're prepared for any scenario right now on high alert. The IDF spokesman has been saying repeatedly they're ready offensively and defensively, knowing that Iran could fire ballistic missiles like they did back last year in June. Here they have layers of anti-missile systems, the Iron Dome, David Sling, the Arrow, the hospitals are ready. And yet because of all that, or in spite of all that, there's really a sense of calm, I would say, Gordon. The tourism ministry does say that it has put together a plan to evacuate more than 40,000 tourists now in Israel. And if the country is forced to shut down because of a fresh conflict with Iran. People have been through this 3 times, not only last year in June, but also in 2024. People are ready. I think the good news right here, Gordon, which has just come out in the last few minutes, is that the last hostage, his name is Ron Gavili, has been found, which means that all 251 hostages taken on October 7th are now home.
Well, that's good news. Let's turn back to Iran. Are the reports accurate? Are we looking at 60,000 dead, 350,000 injured? Is that accurate?
It seems to be accurate. In fact, I've heard numbers as much as 80,000, Gordon, and it's
like even the fucking reporter here, like he was like 60,000. Is that number accurate? Like seriously, I also like, is that accurate? Like, are these propaganda numbers or like 60,000? That's just like that's civil war and stuff. That shit, that is insane, right? Okay, we see some dead bodies here in a fucking like body bags, and they had that on street, right? But it was a fighting in Rio de Janeiro for like 2 months ago or whatever. Like 100 Brazilian got killed, and that was like insane, right? So and camera always lie, right? But 60,000. Then they talk about checkpoints and stuff like that. Okay, all right. So right. This is the big towns in the there, right? So that's okay. There was 17 when I was doing the stream. Yeah, no. Wow.
Injured? Is that accurate?
It seems to be accurate. In fact, I've heard numbers as much as 80,000, Gordon. And it seems like the stories that are coming out are just horrific. The use of gas. People are choking, burning, and then collapsing. They're weaponizing pharmaceuticals. High doses of potassium to those people leaving a hospital, which causes death in a day or two. Many people being taken to secret locations, summary executions, no trial, no due process. And many of these are young. You saw that in our report, and the future of the country. And that's why many people are saying so important to be praying for the people of Iran and also for President Trump for wisdom for what he needs to do.
Well, he's warned, President Trump has warned of a military attack if the Iranian leadership starts to execute their own citizens, and it seems like the attack has been paused. Is that just to wait for the carrier group to get into the Gulf, or are there other reasons?
There seems to be one of the major reasons is the USS Abraham Lincoln to be there right now. It's apparently off the coast of Oman, but it's well within range of Iran. Some people are saying it could be caution, not necessarily retreat, trying to figure out who's going to follow the regime if it falls. Would it be Reza Pahlavi, the exiled crown prince? Now, inside Iran's, we hear reports that he's the overwhelming choice of people. He said this is the last battle, and they're calling for him to return. He has a detailed plan for the transfer of power, but that could be one of the reasons why there's, kind of mixed messages coming out of the White House. First, help is on the way, and then an extended pause. Everybody's waiting to see what's going to happen next.
Is there any concern that Saudi Arabia seems to be decidedly against Israel right now? There was hope that they would join the Abraham Accords, but recently it seems they've turned into the orbit of Qatar and Turkey, and the official publications of the government are now decidedly anti-Israel. Is that one of the reasons?
It could be, some of the going ahead, the lobbying going on inside the White House or behind the scenes could be from Saudi Arabia as well, not wanting a strike and allying, as you said, with Qatar and Turkey. I read a report just a few days ago, Gordon, that said really normalization may be off the table between Israel and Saudi Arabia because of the market shift they've had in the last few months. So all that could be one of the factors going on behind the scenes to the pause in any military strike just yet.
Militarily, what should we expect Iran to do in response? Are they going to attack Israel? Are they going to attack U.S. military bases? Are they going to get their proxies? What should we be on the lookout for?
Well, it could be all of the above. Iran is saying they're more ready than ever. Their fingers on the trigger, ready for any worst-case scenario. Certainly, Israel is preparing for ballistic missiles in this direction, and then U.S. assets, could be targets, whether the ships or U.S. bases. They could use their ballistic missiles, drones, UAVs. They could use the proxies like the Houthis or Hezbollah. That's what they're warning about, and they're standing with Iran. But you have the mix of all this above. But you do know, Gordon, that the capabilities of Iran are much less now than they were with before the war last June with Israel and the U.S. Much of their air defenses have been degraded, not what they were, but it remains to be seen. They still do pose a threat here to Israel, the U.S. and the Middle East?
Well, we'll see. It's definitely a time to be praying for Iran. Chris Mitchell, thanks for your insight. Thanks for joining with us. I want to reference
Thanks,
that billboard that was in Tehran. If you sow the wind, you'll reap the whirlwind. If there's any government on the planet that has sown the wind, it's the Iranian government. They have sponsored terrorism throughout the Middle East and throughout the world. And if India and Pakistan. So this is an Indian plane actually. Military. India. Started here for some hours ago. We got Pakistan, then we got India right here. Pakistan and India, and this is the mountains areas. You know what I mean? Donald Duck and Jeffy. Subscribe to the channel. Hey, brothers, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Give it a like and shit to the stream, guys. Watching. I appreciate it. Right? I'm just vibing, looking around here, seeing what's going on. The mountain areas here must be this fighting. I think it's actually going on there. Let's see this. Okay. China is moving warships to Iranian shores. Okay. But China is not going to go into a conflict with United States over here, right? It's never going to happen. Yeah, this is the same propaganda fucking shit we see. Like, here we go. Hong Kong is here. Taiwan is here. Like, I know they deal a lot of oil, right? So they have a lot of oil routes going to Iran. I don't know how do they get there. They go like this. What Sri Lanka out there, right? From Bangkok. And not Bangkok, but Hong Kong. Right? If they are moving ships,
there, and American already moved them. They had something up here also, right? Because Taiwan, right? The shit that's going on in Taiwan also. And let's put Taiwan. All right. This away. Not even there. Right, so Taiwan, right? Of course, there was American back there because Biden was like, yeah, we will defend Taiwan and shit. He was like dementia as fuck, right? Biden, the last 4 years, like, yeah, like, holy shit, was that a horror movie or what the fuck was going on? So we had a lot of fucking forces right there, NATO and stuff, and right, so they moved them to Venezuela first, right? What happened here? The greatest attack. Great. It's the best operation ever happened. Like, I don't think, I don't think done no operation like what happened in Venezuela for some time back here. Like, that operation right there was like there were nothing like it. But it's the best operation ever. Like, holy shit, go down in history. Right, so they moved the ships. Still have some ships here, but we don't hear nothing about Venezuela in the news at all these days. There's less talk about Venezuela now that the United States have moved their stuff over here. Um, it's insane. It's a lot of political games playing on the chessboard these days, tell you the truth. It's a lot of political stuff going on. Yeah, no, they must have some new technology. Sorry, my mic wasn't muted, guys. I was so into this drone video here. The new technology is insane. I know the Iranian forces had some crazy Arab Dome, that's what they call it, right? What the fuck is this? Yeah.
Los jóvenes que constituyeron la generación del centenario fueron dirigidos por otro joven de ideales enaltecedores, seguidor de Martí, Fidel. La fragua martiana, hacia donde se dirigen, ha sido directamente vinculada al quehacer martiano de la universidad, apoyada y alentada por muchos profesores, por muchos hombres y mujeres que durante tantos años han sabido guardar esta historia del país. Esta historia donde generación tras generación, como el estadounidense.
Yeah, so Trump was also talking about Cuba, right? They always have their eyes on Cuba, right? Trying to take that down. They're so close to United States. They've always been a big eye on the Cuban crisis since way back when Russia deployed some nuclear bombs in Cuba. Close.
کنه که یک عملیات سریع انجام بده بعد 2 ساعت بعدش هم توییت بزنه که بله عملیات تمام شد و ما دیگه اقدامی علیه ایران نخواهیم کرد کاری نکنیم اصلا به خبران نیست و حتما دامنه جنگ کل جغرافیای خبر رو از رژیم صهیونیستی گرفته تا کشورهایی که امروزها در نزدیکی ما پایگاه دارن در برقرار و من موضوع قاطع یعنی خطای ما در واقع از طرف امریکا
سرخورم بهم گفت باید سر بزنی نه در باید بریم سراغ یه سری هدف‌ها مثل کلانتری‌های
انجام دادم من خودم در شهر تهران.
We don't understand shit. Okay. It is missiles also holding. And this here, they can place that inside containers and shit. You know what I mean? Like seriously?
coming together, acting responsibly. Look at how European Union
has managed to form itself from scratch to today. Why not us? Lost year. So peace, no domination, no Turkish domination, no Arab domination, no Farsi domination, no other domination. The regional countries are coming together, acting responsibly. Look at how European Union has managed to form itself from scratch to today. Why not us? Lost year. So peace, no domination, no Turkish domination, no Arab domination, no Farsi domination, no other domination. The regional countries are
مطبخ يعني واحد نفس النفقات اشيلكم هنا اللي عارفين هيك كمل جيتك شو عندك
I have to say something about this. So this has been circling around, right? Like this footage that the Iranian put out. Come on, seriously, and also AI created. Iran are talking the hard talk, right? Because the problem is that ships also these days, the rockets, and shit, this is could also be, but yeah, I don't know about. Like, look at this fucking ballistic missile here. Like, come on, are we seriously? Like, United States will fuck them up with hard precision, but they have so much also. Like, They've been preparing for this for a long time. But what is happening with this riot stuff? If it's 60,000 people, that is like that civil war stuff. You know what I mean? Like 60,000 dead, no internet, no information. Yeah.
Allah Akbar, Al-Maut li-America, Al-Maut li-Israel, Alana al-Yahud, Al-Nasser lil-Islam. In English, God is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. That is the official flag of the Houthis. This is radicalism. It is insanity.
There's the drone again. You see? There we go. It disappeared, came back, and it's going back and forth. This area here. That's what it's doing, taking information. It's been turning on and off. Yeah, that's strange. Nothing 3 weeks ago. Nothing came.
If the international order doesn't recognize that there are the principal sponsor of terrorism, then the international order is broken. The same cause that, the kidnapping of Maduro. Here's a dictator who ignored elections, who massacred his own people, imprisoned everyone on the opposition, all in the pursuit of some kind of socialistic ideal. It's led to a collapse of their economy, the starvation of the people of Venezuela. And when the U.S. acts to remove him, suddenly there's this call that somehow or other the international order has been violated. Well, then the international order is broken. If you can't rein in a dictator who harms his own people, the same analysis applies to Iran. They have been brutal. And the number of uprisings, there have been 5 revolutions in the past decade. Each one has been met with violence from the government. Snipers being put on rooftops, targeting protesters and shooting them dead in the streets. The amount of violence that we're hearing coming out of Iran today is staggering. You think 60,000 people? That is enormous. 80,000 people, 350,000 injured, and summary executions. They've lost the right to rule. And where is the international order? Where are the protests for this? Where the campuses should be in absolute stunning protest over what is currently happening in Iran. But we're not hearing it from the left, and I don't understand that. But from righteousness' sake, they have lost the right to govern.
Coming of Christ. Mike from around the world is going to be with us tonight. Guys, listen to me. This is a world on edge. Countdown Iran. Countdown Iran. Wrong song. Good one, but we need this one. Hey there, Buzzy. Are you serious? Joanne Song's in the house. Steven is here. My mods are in the house. James Lamont. Christina. Deborah Duffin.
God, I'm so scared for this crooked generation. You even find faith in the earth to bring down revelation. Forgive us now the sins of our youth, worshiping the idols that knew everything but the truth. Teach us how to uncorrupt our minds. Show us now while we still have the time. We need you, Yeshua. Holy, holy, hallelujah. We need you.
That's all.
Yeshua.
That's all. No more.
Holy, holy, hallelujah. We abandon everything to follow you, our King. We throw our gold and silver in the street. How much will we
Are you serious? Before the fire falls, Lord, could this really be the last altar call? We need your blood over the doorpost of our hearts. Anoint us with your fiery love as the praise and worship starts. Holy, holy, hallelujah. Candy in the house. We need you. Kevin
13 tons of gold. Like, oh my God.
Officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry, and I think that's the message he sent with this pardon. Karen, yes. I'm back on the. And so the president is correcting that wrong, and he has officially ended the Biden administration's war on the cryptocurrency industry.
التي تهددون بها لقد أعددنا لها عدتها أيضا.
Yeah, no, the Western, when we look into how the propaganda works and the war machine works from different countries, it works very different from the Western style, like this propaganda here, like coughing on stuff, like putting shit on, creating fake narrative, right? Putting like the coffins in the water that we saw for some time back here, and this stuff. They does make them look good. This one I've seen. The Chinese have some crazy technology and everybody knows it, right? It was a military parade when President Putin was in China for not that long ago. And then the world actually did see some of the Chinese weapons. Rogers. Yeah, it was 4 months ago. Was it then? Yeah, it was. And when you look at the Chinese, let me show you this. When you look at the Chinese technology and weapon, they have some crazy new shit that you like.
The Chinese military is
I don't
fairly
think
secretive, so
I
when
don't
they
think
do
we
a grand
know how
military parade,
dangerous this
everyone
is.
watches. And on
Yeah,
September
it's
3rd,
very
China
to,
decided to
seriously
send a
look at it.
political message. This was their biggest
But
parade
this was
in recent history, and one of the
where
largest
President
modern
Putin
high-tech
was there,
weapon
if
displays in the world, with many
I'm not
never-before-seen
wrong.
weapons shown. The parade included
President
several
Putin was
unmanned fighter jets, unmanned
celebrated
subs,
in
unmanned
Korea
combat
just like
vehicles,
the president,
hypersonic
like some
missiles, new sound
crazy
systems, new tanks,
that
and
way.
so on. This video will go over every weapon shown and provide some details on most. A designation when it entered service, its possible use case, and if the weapon is a big deal, just how big of a deal it is. Inventory number estimates will also be provided visually when available. So, buckle up. First, what this video won't cover: various communications, support and logistics vehicles and systems. Sensor vehicles will seldom be mentioned unless they're a big deal. Also, we'll skip various historical and infantry units coupled with their firearms. There's too much stuff, so something's gotta give. Parade announcers did say every system shown is in service, though in reality, for certain systems like fighter jet drones, that's a stretchy term.
Off we go. The parade started off with helicopters. Z-20 is the new standard medium-sized helicopter of the Chinese military, a 10-ton Chinese analog to the U.S. Black Hawk. Many variants exist like utility, search and rescue, anti-submarine, and so on. The Z-10 is a medium attack helicopter. To compare, the U.S. Apache is roughly 50% heavier. Though smaller, the Z-10 still carries advanced guided missiles and sensors, probably compromising on range and armor. Next came the Z-19s. Those are scouting and light attack helicopters, usually present in the same units operating the Z-10. They too carry advanced ATG missiles. Next came a formation of Z-20T helicopters. This parade showing is sort of their premiere.